Odu, and the Ifá concept of history. A Yoruba proverb says, "We become who we are by standing on the shoulders of those who come before us." From the perspective of traditional Yoruba culture, remembering those who come before us is a sacred obligation. Each generation takes responsibility for passing forward the wisdom of the past. In most earth-centered cultures, meaning those cultures that make an effort to live in harmony with nature, this emanating of ancestral wisdom is the foundation of the mythology used to guide children along the path leading to maturity and self-understanding. In psychological terms, modeling heroic behavior initiates the journey towards self-discovery and individualization. The effective completion of this journey carries the possibility of making each one of us a revered ancestor in the collective memory of our descendants. This potential is reflected in the bond between grandparents and grandchildren. In Yoruba, this bond is called Ife, which is commonly translated to mean love. I suspect the word has a broader connotation related to the word Ifá. If Ifá means the wisdom inherent in nature, the word Ife suggests the expression of that wisdom in everyday life. Ifá teaches that everyone is born of a good and blessed person, Omo Riri. As elders, we make sure our dependents internalize this message so it continues to inform future generations. Ifá says, we come to earth to make it a better place for those who follow us. Ire Aye. Based on the Yoruba belief in Atunwa, reincarnation. Future generations include our own return to the earth we have previously helped shape. This cyclical process is the foundation of both Ifá ethics and the Ifá view of history. The cycles of birth and rebirth on a personal level are reflected in the movement between creative expansion and destructive contraction that characterizes the traditional African view of history. Prior to the emergence of colonialism, historical accounts of past events were expressed in mythic terms. Myth views history as a cycle of reoccurring events based on universal principles that forever appear, disappear, and reappear. Myth teaches transcendent spiritual principles that can be applied to the unique challenges of each succeeding generation. Earth-centered myth is based on the belief that all humanity is interconnected and interrelated. It expresses the metaphysical idea that living in harmony with nature results in benefit for the individual, the community, the global village, and the environment. Post-colonial myth is rooted in the idea of linear progression and is deeply influenced by the Darwinian concept of survival of the fittest. In this worldview, history is a sequential progression of events leading to greater degrees of quote-unquote progress. The idea of progress is defined as the increased ability to use technology to control nature. To control nature. Those who create the most effective technology for exploiting natural resources are considered the fittest from the Darwinian perspective. According to this worldview, the fittest are entitled to privilege to ensure the continued linear progression of history. Myth, based on this perspective, supports the notion that some people are better than others. Consequently, there is little attention given to the idea of personal growth and development. History, written from a linear perspective, places emphasis on divine justification for acts of greed, exploitation, and conquest. In Western academia, the Darwinian approach to history is described as objective because it tends to exclude references to God. The recurring message of divine justification becomes an unspoken assumption and remains fixed in the consciousness of Western culture as long as it remains effectively unchallenged. In 1912, the major European colonial powers met in Berlin to create virtually all the boundaries now recognized as sovereign states on the continent of Africa. The purpose for creating these boundaries was to establish spheres of influence for the exploitation of natural resources. Frequently, the newly created borders cut across long established culturally identified geographical boundaries. In order to sanction the largest expropriation of land since the rise of the Roman Empire, European historians needed to justify their political conquest. The Western academic version of this period of history is based on the premise that European industrial nations brought quote-unquote progress and quote-unquote civilization to a quote-unquote backward quote-unquote underdeveloped region that was otherwise devoid of the intelligence needed to develop technological resources. The Western academic version of this period of history is based on the premise that European industrial nations brought progress and civilization to a backward, underdeveloped region that was otherwise devoid of the intelligence needed to develop technological resources. Because this worldview has no basis in fact, it was necessary to stifle and destroy opposing points of view. The indigenous history of Africa is both written and oral. The written history was brutalized by deliberately distorting translations of Egyptian hieroglyphs. The indigenous history and the oral history was destroyed by systematic genocide against those elders who were the keepers of cultural history. From an Ifá perspective, the distortion of history makes it difficult, if not impossible, to stand on the shoulders of those who have come before us. There are those who speak passionately about the systematic genocide committed against his elders by the British in a deliberate attempt to destroy any record of Zulu history. The occupying British administration passed laws making it illegal to claim Africans lived in South Africa before or prior to the European immigration. These laws remained in effect until apartheid was abolished through the efforts of Nelson Mandela and the ANC. It's clear that similar acts of suppression occurred across the continent during the early stages of colonial conquest. Colonialization of Africa was based on deliberate four-step process of convert, corrupt, conquer, and control. Colonialization of Africa was based on deliberate four-step process of convert, corrupt, conquer, and control. The vanguard of European imperialism was the Christian missionary movement. The vanguard of European imperialism was Christian missionary movement. Explorers like Dr. Livingstone and the Jesuits mapped remote regions of the African continent, setting up trading ports and churches along their route. The task of these early clerics was to study the language and beliefs of previously unknown cultures. This was followed by the creation of dictionaries used to translate the Bible into local dialects. These dictionaries typically took indigenous earth-centered cyclical words and replaced them with linear, control-centered, Christian-based definitions. For example, the Yoruba dictionary created by the International Bible Society includes the word Ifa Yabaile. In traditional Yoruba culture, Ifa Yabale describes an Ifa ritual used for settling disputes. It comes from the Elysian Ifa iya baba ele, meaning the wisdom of the fathers and mothers of the earth. It is translated in the Bible Society Dictionary to mean ascension of our Lord and Master, Jesus Christ. Because Ifa is clearly many thousands of years older than Christianity, the definition is either deliberately manipulated or profoundly uninformed. During the early period of European exploration, Africans who showed interest in learning Western forms of religion were given positions of responsibility at the trading posts and given training leading towards ordination. If there was no interest in conversion, harsher methods were employed. Malidoma Somé, in his book Of Water and Spirit, tells of being taken against his will from his village in Burkina Faso, Mali, when he was just 4 years old and forced to attend seminary. After constant physical abuse and sexual assault from the priest, Malidoma escaped and walked 200 miles to his home, having forgotten his indigenous language and only remembering he was born somewhere in the East. The reason for his harsh treatment was the inability of the church to convert members of his culture to Catholicism. Once a significant number of conversions occurred in a given area and interest was generated in foreign trade, the colonialists would accuse the traditional leaders of corruption based on their failure to conform to Western values. The allegations of corruption were used as justification for military incursions. Once troops were in place, new leaders were chosen from among those who converted to Christianity. Typically, a certain amount of blending of tradition and imperialism was allowed to facilitate the process. For example, in Nigeria, the early missionaries realized that the elders of Ologbon and Iami enforced traditional Yoruba moral values and had the power to depose the regional kings, Oba. The British colonial administration allowed the Yorubas to continue their earth-centered religious traditions, Orisha, while outlawing Ologbon and Iami. This was an essential step in the process of replacing elders with traditional beliefs with elders who embraced Western notions of progress. Once this council of elders was removed, Yoruba culture could maintain the appearance of tradition while being easily manipulated. The British then went on to accuse traditional Yoruba culture of extreme immorality after they banished the guardians of ethical behavior. The insidiousness of the campaign against Yoruba elders was too precise and effective to have been anything other than deliberate and well-informed. Following World War II, the European-trained political leaders of Africa demanded independence. Following World War II, the European-trained political leaders of Africa demanded independence. With multinational corporations firmly in place, exploiting the natural resources on the continent, the colonial powers made a show of removing political power while maintaining economic control. The example of what occurred in Nigeria demonstrates the pattern. The primary economic force in Nigeria is British Petroleum. Executives of the British oil industry are members of a secret fraternity called the Skull and Crossbones. Membership in the fraternity is an unspoken requirement for participation in Nigerian politics. Membership in the fraternity is contingent on support of British economic policies. Generally unknown in the West is the fact that Nigeria has the highest grade of oil on the earth. The price of oil on the global market keys off the price of oil from Nigeria. Under a democratic government, Nigeria historically reduces the price of oil to increase production and stimulate the domestic economy. This has the effect of depressing the price of oil in the rest of the world markets. Whenever the price drops too low, there is a military coup, and the price goes back up. Successful coups in Nigeria are always supported by covert operations from British oil interests who exploit traditional ethnic rivalries. The security forces attached to the British-controlled oil fields in Nigeria are staffed by former British SAS personnel and are better equipped than any standing army on the continent. Rather than report the true story about Nigerian oil, Western media promotes that lie that Africans are unable to self-govern. Because there are no environmental controls on the oil production in Nigeria, the pollution has reached the point where widespread birth defects are the demonstrable effect of irresponsible drilling methods. In a country where all the divergent cultures have a long history of living in harmony with the environment, the effects of progress have become fatal. One of the most blatant examples of political manipulation in Africa occurred in Rwanda. When the Belgians first arrived in the area, they were dismayed to discover the entire country was populated by a single culture, making it impossible to implement a policy of divide and conquer. The Belgians issued identity cards designating everyone who lived in the city as Tutsi, and everyone who lived in the country as Hutu. These arbitrary designations were solidified and exploited, leading to the horrendous genocide that has decimated the country. South African journalist Mr. Deshengo has described this conflict based on interviews with Rwandans in his article, Rwanda, the True Forces Behind Genocide in Africa. These are the same people who are funding the genocide in Rwanda for their own selfish and demonic ends. What is interesting is that these same people now turn around and write and broadcast in the media, which they control worldwide, that the genocide that is taking place in Rwanda is tribalism between the Hutu and the Tutsi. Well, the Hutu and the Tutsi say the war in Rwanda has got nothing to do with them. This is what they told other Africans in the United States. They say the war in Rwanda is political. It is between Belgium and France, They are either fighting for the turf or are deliberately arming the two sides to create instability so they can go on exploiting the region's resources. The Western countries' industries and economics are based on raw materials from Africa. The Western countries' industries and economics are based on raw materials from Africa. For instance, Belgium exports heavy machinery, but there is not even a single mine in Belgium. Where do they get the raw materials to manufacture the heavy machinery they're exporting? From Africa. From Africa. From Africa. From Africa. Jesse Helms wrote in 1978 that the United States industry would halt without South African minerals. Zbigniew Brzezinski's 1978 National Security Council memorandum also mentions the U.S.'s dependence on African mineral wealth and also calls the FBI and CIA to make sure that radical African nationalist movements do not get together with black nationalist movements in the United States. And also calls on the FBI and CIA to make sure that the radical African nationalist movements do not get together with black nationalist movements in the United States of America. According to a transcript of Network 23 program in Los Angeles, Henry Kissinger's National Security Memorandum 200, which was quietly declassified in 1990, says, among other things, that the U.S. economy will require large, increasing amounts of minerals from abroad, especially from less developed countries. That fact gives the U.S. enhanced interest in the political, economic, and social stability of the supplying countries. Wherever a lessening of population can increase the prospects for such stability, population policy becomes relevant to resources, supplies, and the economic interests of the United States. Of course, we know that the economic interest of the United States means the interest of U.S. corporations and multinationalists. NSM 200 is available at the U.S. National Archives. The reason for some of the atrocities in Central Africa. Is the desire to control the diamond industry. The wars in Liberia and the Congo are pointless conflicts fueled by massive amounts of drugs smuggled into Africa from Europe. The chaos created by unrelenting violence allows for the uncontrolled exploitation of the raw diamonds, with no benefit given to the people who live in the areas where the diamonds are mined. One of the main diamond exporters in the region funds a major Christian broadcast network. His involvement in the economics of the region is a seldom reported glimpse into the African missionary movement. It is clear to me that African history has been systematically denigrated for purposes of political control. Even the most cursory examination of recent African history should make the existence of propaganda posing as history painfully apparent. What is not as easily discernible is the fact that African history is being deliberately distorted to suppress a spiritual secret that, if revealed, would change the way the entire planet perceives human history, and alter the way we relate to our physical environment. It would also provide the foundation for creating alternative energy sources that have the potential for reversing the mass destruction of the natural resources that threatens human existence. For example, the ancient Egyptians knew how to extract electricity directly from the earth through the use of metal, like copper, as well as magnets. This source of energy was used to electroplate gold onto stone statues. The sarcophagus of King Tut is clearly electroplated, and yet the guardians of the Western historical worldview consistently ignore the obvious. An examination of the Yoruba creation myth is a key to understanding traditional African sacred technology, and a key to understanding why such effort has been directed towards denigrating African history. According to Ifá oral scripture, the earth was once covered with water. Obatala descended from Orun on a long chain, carrying with him a snail, a hen, and palm nuts. He sprinkled the sand on the water and dropped the hen on the sand to scratch the dirt and create land on earth. The chain was not long enough for Obatala to reach the ground, so he dropped the palm nut into the sand that grew into a palm tree. While waiting for the tree to grow, Obatala got drunk, and the task of completing creation is given to Odua. This part of the creation story is well known in the diaspora. Less well known is the continuation of the story. Obatala is able to reach the top of the tree and arrives on earth to create humans from mud who are given the breath of life by Olodumare. Obatala carries a silver sword to complete the task of shaping life on earth. His sword proves to be too soft and ineffective. At this point, the process of completing creation is given to Ogun, who initiates the use of iron as a tool to facilitate farming and the construction of cities. Eventually, Ogun's tools become used as instruments of war, and the planet is again covered with water due to the inability of humans to live in harmony with the natural environment. In response, Orunmila repeats Obatala's journey from Orun to Earth without getting drunk. Orunmila organizes the people of Earth around the principle of developing good character and sustains a period of peace and fertility. This period of abundance and harmony is disrupted by the arrogance of Orunmila's children, and Orunmila returns to Orun while the earth suffers from infertility, chaos, and war. The children of Orunmila plead with him to return, and he tells them he will not leave Orun. He does feel compassion for the condition of the people of the earth and tells them they can communicate with him by using the Ikin, sacred palm nuts, for divination. This seemingly simple story alludes to a wealth of information that only becomes clear in light of some understanding of African history and the inner workings of Ifá ritual. Unfortunately, there are very few written histories of Yoruba culture. The limited resources that were primarily written by Yoruba after converting to Christianity and seem to miss the deeper metaphysical implications of traditional Yoruba spiritual tradition. All the written accounts of Yoruba history take a narrow view that the genesis of Yoruba culture dates back to a migration from East Africa that occurred approximately 1,500 years ago. Just one example of why this is unlikely is the obelisk of Oronmiyan in In the Ifá. There is an image of a trident made from iron spikes on the obelisk. The iron and the spikes have never rusted. The only other place where you can find iron that does not rust is in the temples located in northern India. These temples are dated as being 9,000 years old. The kindest thing that can be said about the academic attempt at dating Yoruba culture is that it's sadly myopic. A closer look at the creation myth gives us clues for dating Yoruba's culture and gives us a glimpse of the sacred secret that has caused so much deception in the chronicles of Western historians. The word Obatala is an elision of the phrase Oba Ta Allah, meaning king of white light. Translating the phrase as an expression of natural phenomena, king of the white light can be understood as a symbolic reference to the source of white light. The word Oba is typically translated to mean king, but is actually an elision of O, meaning spirit, and Ba, meaning male energy, or in metaphysical terms, expansive energy. Oba. Ancient Africans, as well as modern scientists, both recognize the relationship between sunlight and matter. First generation stars are essentially hydrogen furnaces. At some point in the life of every star, the supply of hydrogen diminishes to the point where the star collapses in on itself. The implosion causes a fusion reaction, creation of a supernova. Sending second generation elements across huge distances of empty space. When forces of gravity trap these elements, they form a sphere. The sphere may become either a second generation star or a planet. This is a reoccurring phenomena based on the universal principles carried by subatomic particles that create light. Ifá refers to this invisible organization principle as Ori, and teaches that everything in nature has Ori. Ifá refers to this invisible organizing principle as Ori. A literal translation of Ori is head, but the inference of the word is consciousness or intelligence, suggesting everything in nature has some form of awareness. The entire science of quantum physics is based on the same belief. Observation of subatomic particles indicate that they do not behave in a mechanistic manner. Instead, they respond to stimuli along a range of reactions that science refers to as a probability curve. This is a recurring phenomenon based on the universal principles carried by subatomic particles that create light. The unspoken inference of the existence of a probability curve is that subatomic particles are capable of making choices, which is reflected in the range of response. The ability to make choices is the classic definition of consciousness using the scientific model. To say Obatala spread sand on the surface of the earth is to describe the cooling process of light particles formed into a sphere by gravity. The cooling of particles fused together during the explosion of a supernova creates what we call the material world, or Aye in Yoruba. The earth is not a rare isolated phenomenon. Planets are the results of the inherent potential found in light throughout the universe. Obatala, as a spiritual force in nature, casts sands upon the water in every corner of every galaxy in the material world. This cooling process is called oritutu in Yoruba, and is a fundamental concept in Ifá cosmology. Placing a hen on the earth to spread land is a symbolic reference to the spiritual power, Ashe, of Osun. The hen used in the creation myth has 5 toes. 5 is the sacred number of Osun, the Yoruba goddess of love, fertility, and abundance. In the early stages of evolution, diversity is created on the surface of the earth through the interaction, combination, and recreation of the basic elements. This diversity is an expression of the fertility and abundance manifested through the power of Oshun. In primal terms, Oshun is the allure of the erotic, which can be understood as the power of attraction leading to procreation, a power that exists in both organic and inorganic matter. Without this component, life becomes stagnant, leading to quick extinction. Planting a tree is a reference to the emergence of the cycle of life, death, transformation, and rebirth that comes into being with the creation of time and space. The eternal essence of creation is called Odu in Yoruba. The eternal essence of creation is called Odu in Yoruba. And Odu exists outside the boundaries of time and space. In Western science, the concept expressed by the word Odu is called zero-point energy. If you look at a chart showing wave and frequency used to measure sound and light, the 0 point represents the absence of both wave and frequency. There is an asterisk on these charts with a footnote indicating the mathematics associated with 0-point energy is classified by the United States government for purposes of national security. Accessing the 0 point, or accessing Odu, is the ability to access raw energy, Ashe, as it passes from the indivisible to the visible realm of creation. As it passes from the invisible to the visible realm of creation. Anyone who has this ability can shape physical reality. Anyone who has this ability can shape physical reality. In Africa, Odu is invoked every 91 days to ensure fertility and abundance. Or in simple terms, to shape physical reality. The ability to shape physical reality on the planet is the great African spiritual secret, Awo, suppressed by Western academia. In the next installment of this series, I will trace the history of the suppression of the technological data associated with this secret. The image of Obatala. The image of Obatala bringing form and substance to the earth is an expression of the Ifá concept of the descent of Ashe through Odu, where it becomes manifest in multiple arenas of creation. The image of Obatala bringing form and substance to earth is an expression of the Ifá concept of the descent of Ashe through Odu, where it becomes manifest in multiple arenas of creation. In simpler terms, the structure of light has an eternal foundation referred to as Odu Irori. In simpler terms, the structure of light has an eternal foundation referred to as Odu Irori. The manifestation of Irori from Odu leaves the eternal realm, Orun, and enters the temporal realm, Aye, where it expresses itself as sunlight. where it expresses itself as sunlight. The fire at the core of the earth, lightning, fire in the stove, and the fire of passion in the heart of a person, pushing them towards internal transformation. This is one phenomenon from one source, expressing itself in different dimensions of creation. This is one phenomenon from one source, expressing itself in different dimensions of creation. The ability to invoke Odu is the ability to bring the power of a particular force in nature to play in the resolution of a particular problem. The ability to invoke Odu is the ability to bring the power of a particular force in nature to play in the resolution of a particular problem. This ability is not encouraged in any political system that depends on manipulation. This ability is not encouraged in any political system that depends on manipulation and control to support the privilege of a few over many. To say Obatala got drunk during the unfolding of the creation is to acknowledge the existence of chaos as a component of every ecosystem. Nothing in the material world exists in a state of perfection. Every physical structure on Earth carries the seeds of its own self-destruction. These seeds often sprout in seemingly random and unexpected ways. Mutation and extinction forever remains an inherent ingredient in the life cycle of all things. The appearance of Odua refers to existence of form in the universe. The word Odua is from the Elysian Odu, Iwa, that literally means womb of creation. I greet, or I arrive. In better English, Odua means the arrival of form and structure. The arrival of form and structure. The appearance of Odua in the story is an affirmation of the idea that form sustains itself through creation. The appearance of Odua in the story is an affirmation of the idea that form sustains itself through creation. From a metaphysical point, the idea that form sustains itself through creation. From a metaphysical point of view, form is feminine or contractive power. In very simple terms, an elephant never gives birth to a rat. Odua is a primal expression of the structures of the laws of nature as they manifest on Earth. Odua is a primal expression of the structures of the laws of nature as they manifest on Earth. Obatala is described as molding life from clay. Lab tests have proven that when lightning strikes certain types of soil, it can stimulate the growth of bacteria, leading to the development of more evolved life forms. The oral teachings of Ifá include the belief that primal forms of bacteria arrived on Earth buried in the core of meteors. The oral teachings of Ifá include the belief that primal forms of bacteria arrived on Earth buried in the core of meteors. Throughout Africa, meteors are considered sacred symbols of the seed of life. In Egypt, these stones were called bin stones, and were traditionally placed on the top of large obelisks as a shrine to the mother of human life. One of the largest of these bin stones was used as an ancestor shrine for the cross-cultural groups who traded throughout the Fertile Crescent. Following the creation of Islam, the stone was appropriated by Muslims who use it as a temple for the goddess Alat, located at the mosque in Mecca. Ifá scripture says that when Islam desecrated the ancestral shrine in Mecca, only the symbols of Ifá were allowed to remain on the altar. The altar of Ogun at the Obas Palace and In the Ifá appeared to me to be classic examples of a bin stone that have a pyramidal shape due to the burning that occurs when the stone falls through the Earth's atmosphere. In South Africa, the largest cultural group is the KwaZulu. The words KwaZulu means we come from Mars. This suggests a possible reference to the life-supporting essence of the bin stone. To say Olodumare breathed the breath of life into the living world is to say the reason for the miraculous appearance of life remains a mystery known only to the Creator. At this point, the Ifá creation myth is a fairly straightforward description of natural phenomena. The appearance of Ogun and Orunmila in the Yoruba creation myth is a key to the historical development of Yoruba culture and will be considered in the next segment of this series. Okay. Odu, and the Ifá concept of history. And the Ifá concept of history. Part 2. The journey from Orun. The journey from Orun. The journey from Orun. Part 2. In the Yoruba creation myth. Obatala makes the journey from Orun, invisible realm, to Aye, Earth. Obatala drops sand on a planet covered with water and drops a hen on the sand to spread the solid ground surrounding the city of In the Ifá. Geologists identify Nigeria as one of the 3 oldest landmasses on the Earth. It is a general rule of geology that the flatter the terrain, the older the land. The higher the mountains, the younger the land development. The rainforest surrounding In the Ifá is flat to the horizon in every direction. This may seem like a simple and highly unlikely story. An exploration of the meaning of the symbolic language used in the Yoruba creation myth illuminates a number of mysteries related to the creation process, giving the story remarkable depth. Astrophysics, the study of the creation of the universe, has calculated the amount of matter needed to be present in the universe to have effectively generated the galaxies created by the Big Bang, the explosion giving birth to the visible universe. For decades, astrophysicists were perplexed by the observation that 90% of the physical matter expected to be present in the universe cannot be located. Astrophysicists were perplexed by the observation that 90% of the physical matter expected to be present in the universe cannot be located. In the scientific world, this was considered a big problem. Astrophysics was provided as a solution to the quandary by the science of quantum physics, the study of subatomic structure. Astrophysics was provided as a solution to the quandary of quantum physics, the study of subatomic structure. Studies of the patterns created by colliding subatomic particles clearly showed the building blocks that physical matter appeared and disappeared under a variety of circumstances. Current scientific theory explains this phenomena by postulating the existence of a 10-dimensional universe in and around the 4-dimensional 3 physical dimensions plus time, universe visible by human perception. According to quantum physics, matter flows between the 10 dimensions, making the overwhelming mass created by the Big Bang invisible in the arena occupied by human life and visible by human perception. Ifá says Orun, the invisible realm, has 7 dimensions. The number is different. The concept is the same. To understand the concept of a multidimensional universe requires some understanding of the structure of matter. In the Western world, matter was considered a solid grouping of atoms, based on ideas developed by early Greek philosophers. Isaac Newton formalized this idea into a scientific theory. In 1867, William Thomas rejected the Newtonian description of atoms as infinitesimally small hard bodies with physical mass. Thomas postulated the theory of the vortex atom, which he described as a whirlpool of ether, meaning patterns of energy having no solid mass. Thomson's vision is based on the premise that everything in the universe is a manifestation of essential components of light. This became the foundation for Einstein's theory of the conservation of matter, the idea that nothing in the universe is created or destroyed, simply transformed. In Ifá, the idea of the conservation of matter is expressed in the single notch and double notch lines used to mark the verses of Odu sacred scripture used in Ifá divination. The single lines symbolize light and the double lines symbolize dark. This is not a polarity between good and evil. It is a polarity between expansive ashe, called light or radiation, and contractive ashe, called matter. The tendency in the diaspora to associate darkness with evil is the result of a non-African Christian theological influence. The tendency in the diaspora to associate darkness with evil is the result of a non-African Christian theological influence. In Christian cosmology, the earth is tainted by the fall and original sin. In Ifá cosmology, the earth is the mother of all human evolution and the source of nourishment and compassion. In 1873, James Clerk Maxwell used the Thomson model of the atom to unite the available data on light and magnetism into an electromagnetic theory of light vibrations, based on the premise that 3-dimensional physical phenomena, including human consciousness, is dependent on higher dimensions of reality. He created a mathematical model of the universe based on the theory that light and gravity were untied as a single form of energy in the invisible 5th dimension outside of time and space. He referred to this invisible energy source as ether. In Ifá, this invisible energy source is called Ashe. Maxwell called the invisible 5th dimension hyperdimensional space. In Ifá, the invisible 5th dimension is called Orun. In a book titled The Ether, published in 1876, Maxwell summarizes the implications of this theory. Whether this vast, homogeneous expanse of isotropic matter, the ether, is fitted not only to be a medium of physical interaction between distant bodies, and to fulfill other physical functions of which perhaps we have as yet no conception, but also, as the authors of the unseen universe seem to suggest, to constitute the material organisms of beings exercising functions of life And mind as high or higher than ourselves of all is present is a question for transcending the limits of physical speculation. In somewhat convoluted language, Maxwell is suggesting that the condition of the visible physical universe is dependent on the influence of conscious beings existing in invisible dimensions of the universe. Yeah. Word. In somewhat convoluted language, Maxwell is suggesting that the condition of the visible physical universe is dependent on the influence of conscious beings existing in invisible dimensions of the universe. Ifá calls these beings Orisha. He is also saying the invisible dimension is the source of all forms of consciousness. In Ifá cosmology, theory of the structure of the universe, the source of spirit of consciousness is called Obatala. The idea of spiritual beings influencing the shape and development of the physical world is not popular in the Western scientific community. Once you introduce the idea of spirit into scientific equation, you undermine the vision of being able to dominate and control nature. And this in turn demolishes the concept of privilege based on the belief in the intrinsic value of survival of the fittest. Maxwell's theory was a threat to the entire Eurocentric worldview. Maxwell passed away at an early age, and one of his peers, Oliver Heaviside, rewrote all of his equations, eliminating the references to a fifth-dimensional reality. Current academic references to Maxwell's work are based on Heaviside's rewrite, and the original mathematical formulas have largely been ignored and are extremely difficult to locate. Richard Hoagland, in an article on his website, summarizes the implications of Maxwell's original theory. This discovery contains major implications, not only for past geophysics and terrestrial evolution, but for future geological and climatological events, earth changes, as some have termed them. These may be driven not by rising solar interactions, but by products of terrestrial civilization, accumulating greenhouse gases from burning fossil fuels, but by this same hyperdimensional physics. If so, then learning a lot more about the mechanisms of this physics, and quickly, is a critical step toward intervening and eventually controlling our future well-being, if not our destiny, on and off this planet. In other words, an understanding of hyperdimensional physics would eliminate the world's dependency on petroleum and could be used as a limitless source of free electrical energy as proposed by Nikola Tesla based on Maxwell's equations. Hoagland's article went on to describe what happened to Maxwell's theoretical work when a man, Oliver Heaviside, presented it to academia. Heaviside actually felt that Maxwell's use of quaternions and their description of the potentials of space was mystical and should be murdered from the theory, which, by drastically editing Maxwell's original work, the latter's untimely death from cancer, excising the scalar component of the quaternions and eliminating the hyperspatial characteristics of the directional vector components, Oliver Heaviside effectively accomplished single-handed. This means, of course, that the four surviving classic Maxwell's equations, which appear in every electrical and physics text the world over, as the underpinnings of all 20th century electrical and electromagnetic engineering, from radiation to radar, from television to computer science, if not inclusive of every hard science from physics to chemistry to astrophysics that deals with electromagnetic radioactive processes, never appeared in any original Maxwell paper or treatise. This means, of course, that the 4 surviving classic Maxwell's equations, which appear in every electrical and physics text the world over as the underpinnings of all 20th century electrical and electromagnetic engineering, from radiation to radar, from television to computer science, if not inclusive of every hard science from physics to chemistry to astrophysics that deals with electromagnetic radio processes, never appeared in any original Maxwell paper or treatise. In simple terms, Ologbon is suggesting the self-described objectivity of Western science is both self-serving and untrue. The censorship of ideas is contrary to the inherent inquisitive nature of the human spirit. Censorship is always based on a political agenda. The journey of Obatala is a symbolic reference to the process described by Maxwell and suggests our ancient African ancestors embraced a profound understanding of the inner workings of nature. An understanding of the concepts developed by Maxwell would lead to the ability to manipulate gravity. An understanding of the concepts developed by Maxwell would lead to the ability to manipulate gravity. To manipulate gravity. Some of the blocks used to build structures in Africa weigh 1,000 tons. Some of the blocks used to build structures in Africa weigh 1,000 pounds, or 1,000 tons, which is 1,000 pounds. So that's 1,000,000 pounds. Some of the blocks used to build structures in Africa weigh 1,000 tons, which is 1,000,000 pounds. All right, how many ounces is that? That's a lot. That is the equivalent mass of 2 747 airplanes. That is the equivalent mass of 2 747 airplanes. That's kind of heavy. But even those fly in the air. I like how you did that. I see what you did there. The pulling stones with ropes using human labor model does not work because no rope invented in the history of life on Earth can pull 1,000 tons without snapping. The evidence suggesting ancient Africans were able to manipulate gravity is extensive, to the point where it is useless to argue with those who cannot see the obvious. If Western academia is willing to suppress Earth-centered ideas expressed by one of their own, how hard is it to imagine the notion of suppressing similar ideas expressed by ancient Africans, who have typically been regarded as primitive, pagan, and illiterate? In the 1960s, science developed highly sophisticated telescopes and discovered that planets in our solar system reflected light in the infrared spectrum from internal energy sources. Anomalous internal infrared radiation coming from Jupiter, Uranus, and Neptune cannot be explained as reflections of solar energy and cannot be explained as heat generated by internal nuclear fusion. The data shows these planets clearly radiate more energy into space than they absorb from the sun. For Western science, this is another big problem. In the language of Ifá, all planets in our solar system are producing Ashe from an invisible link with Orun. Hyperdimensional physics, as currently explained by Richard Hoagland, describes interdimensional openings that exist at specific places in the structure of every solar and planetary sphere. In Hoagland's model, 2 invisible 3-sided pyramids support every circular mass in the visible universe. In Hoagland's model, 2 two invisible three-sided pyramids support every circular mass in the visible universe. One pyramid has its apex at the North Pole, and the foundation is at 19.47 latitude below the equator. The other pyramid has its apex at the South Pole with its base at 19.47 latitude above the equator. Approximately half the mass of each pyramid overlap. A two-dimensional drawing of this formation creates what is commonly referred to as either the Seal of Solomon or the Star of David. An older version of this same symbol is found on some of the stone structures in Luxor, Egypt. There are 8 points where the edges of these two pyramids touch the surface of the sphere. Hoagland identifies these 8 points as interdimensional windows and the source of the otherwise unexplained energy coming from the planets in the solar system. The amount of energy generated by these openings is regulated by their relationships. The amount of energy generated by these openings is regulated by the relationship between various planets and moons in our solar system. The gravitational pull coupled with the spiral momentum of the planet's effects in the interdimensional openings. Affects the interdimensional openings. This means the ecology of the Earth is affected by its relationship to the other planets. It is well known that ancient Earth-centered cultures all over the planet were extremely sophisticated in their observation of planetary movement in the night sky. What is less well known is the fundamental reason for this interest. Ashe, or interdimensional radiations coming from the 8 contact points of the internal grid cover the surface of the Earth in a grid pattern called dragon lines, serpent lines, ley lines, and various other names. The place where these lines cross, especially where they cross over underground water systems, were identified by the ancients as power spots. Sacred places used for regeneration, healing, and spiritual elevation. An understanding of astronomy is the indicator of when and where these power spots become activated in the course of various planetary cycles. In Ifá, these power spots are called Ikbodu, meaning womb of the forest. The Yoruba word that describes the process of understanding the activation of Ikbodu is called Gide. The Yoruba word that describes the process of understanding the activation of Ikbodu is called Gide. The word Gide is an elision of Yi, meaning female power, and the De, to stand up or rise. Gide is a reference to the outpouring of primal energy from the womb of creation. Gide is a reference to the outpowering of primal energy from the womb of creation. The selection of times for seasonal celebrations for specific orisha in Nigeria is determined by when the Igbodu associated with a particular orisha is activated. Perhaps the most well-known example is the annual appearance of the spirit of Oshun at the bend in the river near Oshun Shrine in Oshogbo. There is a mosque in Iraq with a mechanical planetarium attached to a wall. The planets on the wall move to mirror the actual position of the planets in the night sky on any given day. Next to the planetarium and attached to it by a series of gears or 8 square windows in vertical rows of 4. The windows expose either a single line or a double line in relationship to the movements of the planets. This mechanical model produces the 8 marks used in Ifá divination. These marks are used throughout Africa and were preserved in Egypt by the Essenes and the Sufi. Both the Essenes and the Sufi used these patterns for systems of divination related to their own sacred scriptures. The mosque in Iraq is a glimpse into the past and the cosmological principles at the foundation of the symbolism found in Africa, based in African-based systems of divination. The transference of Ashe is not limited to large spherical stars and planets. It also occurs on the subatomic level. A clear example of the movement between dimensions occurs when iridium is subjected to extremely high pressures or temperatures in a furnace. At predictable temperatures, 56% of the mass weight of any given sample of iridium disappears. When the iridium cools, it returns to its original physical weight. This can only be explained as an interdimensional transference of physical matter. This can only be explained as an interdimensional transference of physical matter. Western science became aware of this phenomenon at the turn of the last century and quickly suppressed the data. In the past decade, some scientists have cautiously taken another look at the phenomenon. The spiritual technology of Africa has preserved an understanding of the process of interdimensional transference of physical matter for many thousands of years. The original name for the region now known as Egypt was Kemet, meaning the Black Land, a reference to the fertile soil deposited by the Nile River. This soil is rich in iridium. When Akhenaten was deposed as pharaoh of Egypt, he took his family and supporters to live at the base of Mount Sinai, where he built a huge furnace to process iridium into white powder. The powder was used as medicine to elevate human consciousness and was used as a key element in the transformation of precious metals. Historically, the process of making white powder from iridium is called alchemy, from the root words al and kemet, meaning light from the Black Land. In traditional Egyptian religion, the white powder made from iridium was ingested for 30 days, followed by a 10-day fast as part of initiation process. At the end of the 40-day ordeal, the novice was described as having the ability to see God in a burning bush. At the end of the 40-day ordeal, the novice was described as having the ability to see God in a burning bush. The reference to a burning bush is a symbolic description of the bright light that emanates from the interdimensional opening. The ability to create these openings is an integral part of the initiation process in virtually every Earth-centered culture on the continent of Africa. Discussing phenomena that occurs during initiation is not divulging secrets, because the phenomenon has already been described by a number of authors. Discussing how to produce the phenomena is and remains a closely guarded secret. Anyone with a Western education was taught to believe that alchemy was occult foolishness. Egyptologists know that most of the gold found in Egypt was artificially produced and carries a different atomic signature than gold found in nature. The Russians have perfected the process of using alchemy techniques for making gold from base metals. The reason the price of gold remains stable is to keep the cost under the price of artificial production. Another example of objective science subordinating itself into a political agenda. The Egyptian Pertem Heru, the Book of Coming Forth by Day, translated by Budge, contains the following passages. It says, I am purified of all imperfections. What is it? I sin like the golden hawk of Horus. What is it? I pass by the immortals without dying. What is it? I come before my Father in heaven. What is it? The Hebrew word mana means, what is it? Mana is the white powder produced from iridium. The historian Lawrence Gardner makes a convincing case that Akhenaten was the model for the mythical figure of Moses. Maybe, maybe not. The fact remains, alchemy is one of the many technological gifts from Africa that historians attempt to denigrate for political reasons, having nothing to do with available information. The important point related to the Yoruba creation myth is that interdimensional openings can be created through the use of ritual. They also occur spontaneously at certain places at specific times of the year. In Yoruba, these power spots are called Igbodu, from the Elysian Igbo Odu, which means womb of the forest. The timing of annual festivals marks the window when these power centers are activated. Some Igbodu make use of meteorites, bin stones, as sacred symbols of spiritual power. Iridium is a major component of most meteorites. Iridium is a major component of most meteorites. Some readers will find the material in this article difficult to believe or to accept and are possibly unfamiliar to their understanding of Ifá. There is an unfortunate tendency in the rapidly growing Ifá community in the United States to believe the notion that initiation makes a person wise. Initiation is merely permission to study. The integration of information and experience is foundation of wisdom. The integration of information and experience is foundation of wisdom. There is also a tendency in the U.S. to dismiss the value of elders and to dismiss the need for formal training. There are even Ifá communities who negate the value of Yoruba culture and the need to integrate formal prayers and traditional songs into the Ifá ritual process. This painful manifestation of ignorance seems to be predicated on a lack of understanding of the purpose and function of traditional African spiritual training. It also reflects a total lack of understanding of the tools needed to access Orun. Malidoma Somé, in his book Of Water and Spirit, states clearly the reasons for embracing the wisdom of the ancestors. What we see in everyday life is not nature lying to us, but nature encoding reality in ways we can come to terms under ordinary circumstances. Nature looks the way it looks because of the way we are. We could not live our whole lives on the ecstatic level of the sacred. our senses would soon become exhausted and the daily business of living would never get done. There does, however, come a time when we must learn to move between the two ways of seeing reality in order to become a whole person. Traditionally, education consists of three parts: enlargement of one's ability to see, destabilization of the body's habit of being bound to one plane of being, and the ability to voyage transdimensionality and return. Enlarging one's vision and abilities has nothing supernatural about it. Rather, it is natural to be a part of nature and to participate in a wider understanding of reality. Overcoming the fixity of the body is the hardest part of initiation. As with the seeing exercise, there is a lot of unconscious resistance taking place. There is also a great deal of fear to be overcome. One must travel to the other side of fear, crossing the great plains of terror and panic to arrive at the quiet one feels in the absence of fear. Only then does true transformation really begin to happen. It feels strange to not be afraid when one thinks one should be. But this is the condition for the voyage to other worlds. This metamorphosis cannot happen as long as the body is weighed down by heaviness. One must go through a process of relearning, enforcement of these lessons, and the consolidation of new knowledge. This kind of education is nothing less than a return to one's true self, that is, to the divine within us. American culture makes a serious and vicious attack on notions of pride, self-esteem, and the idea that each and every one of us is a good and blessed person by virtue of our undeniable connection with the source of creation. Too often, initiation is seen as a way to buy a quick fix to complex and deeply painful social and personal wounds. When a person goes through the initiation process and fails to look these wounds in the eye, there is a subsequent feeling of disappointment, a feeling of being cheated by the process, and a need to justify the sacrifice and expense involved in going through initiation. Instead of understanding initiation as permission to begin the process of learning, there is a false assumption that initiation will eliminate all personal problems in the future. Instead of understanding initiation as permission to begin the process of learning, there is a false assumption that initiation will eliminate all personal problems in the future. The consequence of this false premise is the creation of elders who tend to deify their problems and who use bully tactics to convince others they are all-knowing and all-powerful. Malidoma presents an alternate view. In that moment of awareness, during initiation, I had an epiphany that the light we encounter on the road of death is our being in the act of coming home to itself. I understood that light is our natural state, but that we human beings must help each other as we move toward the shores of light. We must be born and die many times to reach the light. And 10,000 years can pass in a flash. Being the light is knowing we must get others into it. The soul that has already attained perfect enlightenment returns to life in compassion to help others along their journey. The light is where we belong. Everyone who is not in the light is looking forward to being there. So we leave the light to go and experience the need for light. and thus come back to it anew. In Ifá, the spirit who brings light to the world is called Obatala. The place where Obatala enters the world is called Igbodu. When we enter Igbodu, we have an opportunity to travel back to that place from which we came. In order to place both feet on the road back to source, we need a key to open the door blocking our access to Oru. The key is called Egbe, meaning the heart of our ancestors. The heart of our ancestors is a symbolic reference to a concept that is known in English as courage. The heart of our ancestors is a symbolic reference to a concept that is known in English as courage. The key is called Egbe. Call and response, Q&A, question and answer, new dimension, essential aspects of life, health, action, art, family, culture, heritage, breathing, diet, exercise, rhythm, emotion. This is the theme. This is the topic. This is the topic on the table. Here is something to ask yourself. Something we find. Here is something to ask ourselves. This is what I want you to answer. Call and response, question and answer. This is to consider what I want you to answer. This is what I want you to answer. To consider. To define. What is power? What is power? What is freedom? What is freedom? The two could go together. Maybe. They are, maybe one and the same. Or one and the same in ways. The courage, the key is called Egbe. Yo, Odu, and the Ifá concept of history. Part 3. The archaeological dilemma. Part 3. The archaeological dilemma. By Awo Falakun Watumbi. In the Ifá creation story, Obatala creates land on a planet, Aye, that is covered with water. After the land, In the Ifá, is formed, Obatala climbs down a chain to live on earth. In Ifá sacred scripture, the Orisha, force in nature, always have a range of incarnations, a tunwa, giving them different functions as the cycles of evolution unfold. The most distant incarnations manifest as natural phenomenon. The most immediate incarnations manifest as human behavior, reflecting a specific mode of behavior represented by deified ancestors. During the earliest incarnation of Obatala, described in the Ifá creation myth, The Orisha, force of nature, symbolizes the transformation of light into matter. This transformation is represented on the Ifá divination tray by the contrast between a single line and a double line. This transformation is represented on the Ifá divination tray by the contrast between a single line and a double line. The chain, used to climb from Orun to Aye, symbolizes the holographic blueprint for creation contained within light, meaning the seeds of evolution are present at the beginning of time, at the moment of cosmic inception. Meaning, the chain used to climb from Orun to Are symbolizes the holographic blueprint for creation, the holographic blueprint for creation contained within light. Meaning the seeds of evolution are present at the beginning of time, at the moment of cosmic inception. Information hidden within a force of nature as latent potential. Information hidden within a force of nature as latent potential. Can be described as the spirit of a particular aspect of creation. Information hidden within a force of nature as latent potential can be described as the spirit of a particular aspect of creation. For example, the inner essence of the spirit of light is to illuminate that which it encounters. The spirit of light is manifestation of nature that generates illumination. The spirit of light is manifestation of nature that generates illumination. Light. In the Ifá creation myth, Obatala illuminates the process of evolution that occurs as the planet cools and becomes compatible with the development of life. This illumination can be described as Ori Allah, meaning the consciousness of light, as the root word of Obatala's praise name Orisanla, meaning consciousness brings light. This illumination can be described as Ori Allah, meaning the consciousness of light. Ori Allah, as the root word of Obatala's praise name Orisanla. Meaning, consciousness brings light. Traditionally, Obatala is described as androgynous, meaning the spirit of essence of light has both male and female attributes. Traditionally, Obatala is described as androgynous, meaning the spirit or essence of light has both male and female attributes. In the symbolic language of Ifá metaphysics, male attributes are expansive, symbolized by a single vertical line, and female attributes are contractive, symbolized by a double vertical line. In the language of physics, electromagnetism is male, gravity is female, representing the fundamental polarity between dynamics and form. Gravity allows matter to hold a consistent shape, while electromagnetism is the force of decay and regeneration. In Western scientific language, light, Allah, can be characterized as both wave, male, and particle, female, giving it an androgynous quality. Using this symbolic language of Ifá. In Western scientific language, light, Allah, can be characterized as both wave, male, and particle, female. The Awo, secret wisdom associated with Abatala, clearly expresses an understanding of the dual nature of light. This is a remarkable observation, predating similar observations in Western science by thousands of years. The traditions of our distant ancestors used myth to integrate science, history, and to provide a template for spiritual growth. Myth was able to integrate these elements because they emerged at a time when spirituality was understood as an effort to live in harmony with nature. And the only way to do that is to understand the multiple environments we live in. When Western culture started to engage in the process of controlling nature, the function of myth was relegated to obscurity, and the ability to understand myth was lost. In ancient times, every aspect of culture was a coded reference to natural law. In ancient times, every aspect of culture was a coded reference to natural law. Obatala's staff symbolizes the polarity between light as wave and light as particle. The stick is cut in the form of a serpent, symbolizing Ashe, spiritual power of the earth, or the ability of light to form a particle, and the serpent is crowned by a bird, symbolizing the Ashe, spiritual power of the sky, or the ability of light to form a wave, as generated by the sun. The integration of these two forces, or the creation of harmony and balance between them, is at the heart of Awo, Abatala, the mystery of the spirit of light. In Ifá cosmology, Odu is described as the womb or source of all various manifestations of light in the material world. Odu exists in Orun, the invisible realm, where the male aspect of Abatala is called Ije Ogbe, and the female aspect is called Ofun Meje. In simpler terms, Obatala is born of Odu because form precedes manifestation. The understanding of the meaning of the word Odu is an important key to understanding the Ifá worldview. Every Odu womb is considered an interdimensional portal linking Orun to Aye, including the female reproductive organs, which function as an interdimensional portal for the manifestation of Igun ancestors who become Omo, children, in the process of Atunwa, reincarnation. Women, as guardians of this portal, in both the physical and spiritual realm, are the traditional sources of prophetic wisdom, Gelede, and the source of Ashe for the installation of Oba, Yoruba kings, and the source of Ashe for the installation of Oba, Yoruba kings. Women, as guardians of this portal in both the physical and spiritual realm, are the traditional sources of prophetic wisdom, Gelede, and the source of Ashe, spiritual power, for the installation of Oba, Yoruba kings. It is the voice of the mothers, Iya Ami Osoronga, the voice of the mothers, Iya Ami Osoronga, that makes the final judgment concerning the level of cultural harmony existing between community and spirit. To say light travels to earth on a chain is to say the holographic blueprint of creation exists in every particle of light, potentially manifesting as the protein double helix Ifá calls Ashe Oko, serpent power, and science calls DNA. The holographic blueprint of creation exists in every particle of light. Ifá expresses the idea of a holographic blueprint by saying everything in creation has Ori, consciousness, and the light of Obatala exists in all Ori. Exist in all Ori. The development of quantum physics. The development of quantum physics is based on the observation that subatomic particles do not behave in a mechanistic way. Subatomic particles respond to stimuli with a range of options that are mapped in a cyclotron and referred to as the probability curve of a particular element. This is an indirect way of saying that subatomic particles make choices. And the ability to make choices is the fundamental definition of consciousness. In both academia and the mass media, African spirituality is typically characterized as primitive superstition. A close examination of the meaning of Ifá symbolism clearly reveals the existence of a paleophysics, ancient science of the structure of reality. Hermeneutics is the name given to the academic study of religious symbols. As a discipline, the study of African religious hermeneutics is generally ignored by Western academia, raising the question of whether this exclusion is unconscious racism or the deliberate suppression of what might be considered threatening information about the basic structure of reality. Even a rudimentary study of the literature on African spirituality reveals the influence of both agendas on any discussion of the topic. If some effort is not made to identify these negative influences, those who are interested in learning about African spirituality through the use of the written word are often given distorted information without realizing it. These distortions are rewritten and passed on as fact in a painful movement away from source. For example, every version of Ifá scripture written in English has censored and removed most references of female Ashe. There seems to be no discernible reason for this, other than the influence of Christian theology that identifies women of power with evil. This identification is incompatible with both Ifá scripture and with Ifá practice outside the diaspora. The African symbolic language that describes the polarity between male and female is sometimes expressed as the polarity between darkness and light. Any association between darkness and evil is a Western convention that does not reflect the original meaning of the symbol. In symbolic language, darkness means hidden. All awo, mystery, is hidden until it becomes revealed. All mystery is unrevealed truth. And truth, by definition, is life affirming. When Obatala arrives on Earth, he is described as ruling the land with a silver sword. In symbolic language, a sword represents conscious thought. In Ifá, silver is used for abori, which is a ritual cleansing used to elevate consciousness. describes the era of Obatala as a time when the distance between Orun and Aye was short, and humans walked among the Orisha. Western occult traditions describe this as the Golden Age, a time when humans inhabited the earth in a state of peace and harmony with each other and the environment. Living in harmony with our environment includes an understanding that we live in a multidimensional universe. Includes the understanding that we live in a multidimensional universe. This means we share life on the planet with life forms that are not visible to the normal range of human perception. The more a person is able to access a state of harmony, the broader their perception becomes, opening an expanded awareness of the unseen influences that help shape life on Earth. Christian theology refers to this process as exploring the occult and judges it to be a sin. To refer to self-understanding as a sin is to deify ignorance. References to a golden age exist in virtually every Earth-centered tradition on the planet, and appear to be a universally held ancestral memory. To understand this aspect of Ifá creation myth requires some understanding of Yoruba history. According to Ifá oral tradition, the first Oba, king of the Yoruba nation, was Oduduwa, from the Elysian Odu, womb, and Dudu, black, Iwa, character, meaning the invisible source of character. The word black in relationship to the word womb is a reference to the invisible or hidden mystery of creation. The name Oduduwa suggests someone who manifests the essential nature of creation. The Ifá creation myth says Oduduwa came from the east and settled in the country now called Nigeria. At this point, the narrative has two distinct components. First, Obatala arrives at In the Ifá and becomes the progenitor of the indigenous people of the earth. The reference to Oduduwa appears to suggest settlers from another part of Africa joined the original people who lived in and around In the Ifá. Migration, immigration, and assimilation are natural cycles of any culture that is thousands of years old. A simple study of Yoruba linguistics shows a wide range of cultural influences from across the continent and in the Middle East. I have visited the shrine of Oduduwa in Aleketu. It is in the home of the Oba of Aleketu, who is a direct descendant of Oduduwa. The oral tradition of the shrine of Aleketu says that Oduduwa migrated to the west from Egypt after becoming initiated as a pharaoh. The association between Egyptian culture and the Yoruba culture is controversial for a number of reasons, including the inference that any such association diminishes the contribution made to African culture by Africans. Some of this controversy is, I believe, the result of the deliberate denigration of African history in general, and Egyptian history in particular, by those historians who use political agendas to distort the historical record. An examination of this record sheds light on some of the reasons for the controversy and gives some background on the confusion and contradictions that make any understanding of African history a challenge. One of the first European archaeological studies of ancient Africa occurred when Napoleon invaded Egypt in 1798. He brought with him a team of scholars who made a detailed study of the stone structures near Cairo and started the European tradition of looting artifacts without regard to the sentiments of the colonized culture. At the time of the French incursion, European scholars believed the European culture originated in Greece. The French scholars who traveled with Napoleon came to the conclusion that Greek culture originated in Egypt. This expedition discovered the now famous Rosetta Stone that became the basis for later translations of Egyptian hieroglyphs. It would take at least another 100 years before the information of the Rosetta Stone could be put to practical use. Without the burden of having to rely on Egyptian written sources, the French were free to describe Egyptian history in a way that was consistent with their own worldview. They decided the pyramids of Giza were built by Joseph to store grain during the biblical era or Jewish captivity. They believed the significant contributions of Egyptian culture came as a result of the migration of non-Africans to the Nile Basin for no objective reason other than the fact that they didn't want to believe Africans were the ultimate source of European culture. Unfortunately, the theory was not consistent with the African features on the face of the Sphinx, so Napoleon ordered his troops to destroy the face with cannon fire. At the time of this desecration, the Sphinx was buried up to its neck in sand, and the face was an easy target. To this day, the grain storage theory is prominent belief about the purpose of the pyramids among fundamentalist Christians. Prejudice becomes intractable once it is promoted as the Word of God. Prejudice becomes intractable once it is promoted as the Word of God. The French effort to date Egyptian culture was influenced by a meeting of London booksellers that occurred in 1779, 21 years prior to Napoleon's expedition. The French effort to date Egyptian culture was influenced by a meeting of London booksellers that occurred in 1779. Collectively, the British cabal raised funds to publish a 42-volume compendium titled Universal History. Collectively, the British cabal raised funds to publish a 42-volume compendium titled Universal History. Universal History. After consultation with the prominent theologians of the day, the publishers determined that God's creation began on August 21st, 4004 BC. 4004 BC. The meeting was contentious because some of the theologians argued in favor of a March 21st date as the first day of Genesis. All subsequent European interpretations of history were obliged to conform to this timeline. The sciences of biology and geology have pushed back the actual date of creation by 13 billion years. But historians and Egyptologists continue to frame the timeline of written history in a way that makes it consistent with the early British timeline generated by the Christian Bible and by the authors of the Universal History. This is an early manifestation of one of the most prevailing attitudes guiding academic history or academic historical research. Not annoying Jerry Farewell is more important than being objective because Jerry is an advisor to the president and the federal government is the source of 80% of all research funding for the universities in the United States. The British were skeptical of the grain storage theory promoted by the French. It seemed a bit excessive to move 3.5 million stones to support 2 small rooms that would only hold a minimal amount of food. Contemporary Egyptologists link the pyramids of Giza to Pharaoh Khufu, sometimes called Cheops. They based their conclusions on archaeological evidence provided by a British soldier named Colonel Richard Howard Vyse. In 1836, the colonel hired 700 laborers to dig through the floor of the Queen's chamber inside the Giza pyramid. Finding nothing, he decided to blast through the roof of the king's chamber using gunpowder. After blowing holes through 3 layers of crossbeams, the colonel claims to have discovered a hand-painted cartouche, royal insignia, in a small space between the granite crossbeams. They are the only inscriptions of any kind found either inside or outside the Giza pyramid. An analysis of the writing indicated it used hieroglyphics from 3 different historical periods, all dating from a time after the reign of Khufu. The original reaction to Howard Vy's discovery concluded the hieroglyphics were fakes and suggested the colonel was the person most likely to have committed the fraud. Despite his total lack of credibility, the colonel's discovery was embraced by academia because it met the important requirement of fitting within the biblical timeline. Ignoring the obvious problems with inscriptions, Egyptologists continue to associate the Giza pyramid with Pharaoh Khufu. Ignoring the obvious problems with the inscription, Egyptologists continue to associate the Giza pyramid with Pharaoh Khufu. The unorthodox theory is that Khufu built the structure as a tomb. There are approximately 80 pyramids in Egypt. Less than a dozen mummies have been discovered in and around any of these pyramids, and those were clearly placed underground long after the original construction. Pharaohs are buried in subterranean tombs, most notably in the Valley of Kings. There are approximately 80 pyramids in Egypt. Less than a dozen mummies have been discovered in or around any of these pyramids, and those were clearly placed underground long after the original construction. Pharaohs are buried in subterranean tombs, most notably in the Valley of Kings. There is absolutely no Egyptian text that identifies the Pyramid of Giza as a tomb. None. Anywhere. There is absolutely no Egyptian text. That identifies. Egyptologists as a group tend to believe their own analysis of artifacts is superior to the history recorded by the Egyptians themselves. Egyptologists as a group tend to believe their own analysis of artifacts is superior to the history recorded by the Egyptians themselves. Italian Egyptologists with access to material hidden in the Vatican basement claimed the Egyptians had knowledge of the exact dimensions of the planet and used this knowledge as the basis for their system of measurement. In the 19th century, the British were obsessed in their effort to find the dimensions of the Earth as an aid to navigation and shipping. In 1882, 42 years after the dubious discoveries of Howard Vyse, Sir William Flinders Petrie traveled to Cairo to measure the ancient stone monuments in hopes of unlocking the mysteries related to the size of the Earth. To his astonishment, the 13-acre base of the pyramid was flat to a tolerance of 1/4 inch across the entire surface, a level of precision not possible at time and not possible today. He also discovered the dimension of the pyramid incorporated an understanding of properties of pi, a mathematical formula believed to have been discovered by the Greeks. His analysis of the data he collected suggested the scale of the pyramid was in direct proportion to the size of the Earth, indicating a precise knowledge of the distance of the equator. He also discovered the Egyptian unit of measurement was remarkably similar to the British system, suggesting an ancient influence based on previously unknown interaction between the two cultures. He also discovered the Egyptian unit of measurement was remarkably similar to the British system. While taking his measurements, Petrie noticed that many of the stones inside the pyramid appeared to have saw marks and drill marks. The depth of spin on a drill hole can be measured, and the depth of each rotation determines the amount of pressure coming from the bit. Petrie's measurements indicated the drills were using in excess of 2 tons of pressure, which is absolutely and physically impossible with hand-powered tools. The saw marks cut through a granite, leaving a surface as flat as glass. There are no hand-held saws in existence that can duplicate the same level of precision. Petrie's obvious conclusion was the stones were dressed with power tools. The response from Egyptologists to his discoveries about stone cutting was a thunderous silence. Their logic is simple. They have no artifacts that appear to be power tools. Therefore, Petrie's observations are wrong. The orthodox response to his measurements is that any correlation between the size and shape of the pyramid and the planet is a coincidence. Scholars who refuse to let go of antiquated ideas are great believers in coincidence. Outside of academia, Petrie's detailed report inspired the theory that pyramids were built by an advanced race from Atlantis. This popular premise was based largely on the writings of Plato, who described the continent of Atlantis in two of his dialogues, Critias and the Timaeus. Plato states he received information on Atlantis from an Egyptian priest and presents the story as a true historical account. Since no one knows what an Atlantean looks like, the British writers in Petrie's day assumed they were fair-skinned with blue eyes and blonde hair, eliminating the trauma of having to attribute anything Egyptian to Africans. Psychologists call this projection. At about the time British anthropologists were trying to prove human evolution originated in England, the one piece of hard physical evidence used to support their theory turned out to be the skull of a human fitted with the jawbone of an ape. The obvious forgery remained undetected for 50 years. Shirley Andrews, in her book Atlantis, Insights from a Lost Civilization, makes a thorough review of the literature on Atlantis, including a summary of the Egyptian texts on the subject. According to Andrews, the Egyptians do describe an ancient civilization that once existed on a now submerged Atlantic island. Recent discoveries of stone buildings off the coast of Bermuda and more recently off the coast of Cuba tend to confirm the possibility of such an island existing. Andrews says the Egyptians considered the Atlanteans to be a hostile culture in no way associated with the development of their own culture. The Egyptians considered the Atlanteans to be a hostile culture in no way associated with the development of their own culture. There are even Egyptian texts describing a settlement of Atlantean refugees that survived the destruction of their own island kingdom and settled in Egypt for a short time before migrating west. The proponents of the theory that Atlantis is the source of Egyptian technology want us to believe Egyptians did not honor the memory of the ancestors who were responsible for the development of their technology. Egyptian culture, like virtually all traditional cultures in Africa, is deeply rooted in veneration of ancestors. The idea that any significant ancestors would be ignored for any reason is not credible from a cultural perspective. The Atlantis Genesis story simply does not work. At the turn of the 20th century, German archaeologists were uncomfortable with the idea that European culture was in any way related to Africa. The politically correct German theory of cultural genesis was that a superhuman race of superior beings lived in the center of the earth, under the illumination of a black sun. This race emerged onto the surface of the earth in Tibet, migrated to Mesopotamia, created a migratory culture known as the Akkadians, who settled in Greece before reaching their final destination in southern Europe. One of the most prominent German archaeologists of this era was R.A. Schwaller de Lübeck, who, to his credit, managed to rise above his political bias. In the course of Lübeck's explorations, he noticed that most Egyptian temples faced south. His examination of temple texts indicated the orientation was based on the desire to honor the ancestors of the Nile culture. To the dismay of his colleagues, Lübeck was saying the Sudan and Ethiopia was the ancestral home of those who built the pyramids. This meant Africans created indigenous Egyptian culture. This meant Africans created indigenous Egyptian culture. If we look at a map, we see Ethiopia is bisected by the Rift Valley. This region is the richest source of ancient fossil human remains on the planet. Not only was this region the ancestral home of the Egyptians, it is likely the ancestral home of everyone alive on the planet. Despite the obvious global implications of Lubbock's observation, Egyptologists treat the idea as if it was the source of some deadly viral infection. To add insult to injury, Lubbock was the first to notice the weathering pattern on the Sphinx was caused by rain and not wind. This was a serious problem because the Sphinx was supposed to be 5,000 years old, and the most recent period of flooding around the Giza plain occurred over 10,000 years ago. His observation was all but ignored until a tourist guide named Jonathan West invited geologist Robert Schoch to examine the evidence firsthand. When Schoch presented his findings to a gathering of Egyptologists, he was told the water erosion was caused by water seeping out of the ground and into stones at the foundation of the Sphinx in what must be the only recorded instance of water defying the laws of gravity. For the past 20 years, there's been a vigorous effort by Egyptologists to prove the pyramids could have been built using simple tools and simple methods. They have gone so far as to film a documentary building a mini pyramid in Egypt based on the premise that they could use simple technology to accomplish the task. The initial efforts failed, so the pyramid was built using modern equipment as proof the ancient Egyptians needed no extraordinary technology to accomplish the task. The largest stone involved in the experiment weighed 2 tons and was moved with trucks and cranes. None of the footage involving the use of modern equipment was included in the final cut of the film. The issue of moving stones weighing in excess of 100 tons was conveniently ignored. That is the weight of 2 747 jetliners. The obvious problem being what kind of rope can pull that weight without breaking. Most of the history of Egyptology appears to be a reflection of the resistance by self-proclaimed experts to accept obvious evidence due to a difficulty in accepting the accomplishments of ancient African culture. It does not seem to be fair to attribute much of this difficulty to an ethnocentric bias that has no foundation in reality. The deliberate distortion of the historical records seems to have reached an all-time high during a recent documentary showing exploration of one of the 4 shafts inside the Giza pyramid. The special featured a robotic camera traveling up the shaft to a stone door that was drilled open before a camera was inserted through the hole to reveal another door. Dr. Hawass, the director of Egyptian antiquities, explained the shaft was added to the tomb of Khufu long after it was originally built. He claims the shafts were chiseled through the stone to provide an escape for the pharaoh's soul. That's possible. The problem is the shaft is approximately 8 inches square and travels for 150 feet before making a sharp right angle. The entire shaft inclines at a consistent angle with tolerance similar to those measured by Petrie. In order to accomplish the task as described by Dr. Hawass, a stonemason would have to use a chisel 150 feet in length. I cannot imagine how Dr. Hawass could make such a statement to reporters. It would appear Fox Television is spending a large amount of time and resources in an effort to obscure the truth. Rupert Murdoch owns Fox Network. He immigrated to the United States from Australia when it was discovered his bank funneled money from the CIA to an opposition candidate who toppled the Australian incumbent. If you remember the movie Falcon and the Snowman, based on a real incident, you will remember the Timothy Hutton character plays a CIA radio operator who discovers the manipulation of the Australian election and sells the information to the Soviet Union. That's when Murdoch decided to move to America. It was against the law for a foreigner-born national to own a television network in the United States. Congress passed a special exemption for Murdoch, allowing him to make the purchase, allowing him to make the purchase. All of this begs the question, why the deception? What is it that everyone is afraid of? And what does any of this have to do with the Ifá creation myth? Egyptian historical records carved on the walls of the Temple of Luxor include a list of dynasties that push the date of early Egyptian culture back 45,000 years. 45,000 years. Egyptian historical records carved on the walls of the Temple of Luxor include a list of dynasties that push the date of early Egyptian culture back 45,000 years. Academic Egyptology deals with the contradiction by describing all dynasties listed as existing prior to 6,000 years ago as mythic, meaning having no basis in the objective historical record. One of the many problems with this analysis is that clay tablets discovered in Mesopotamia, Iraq, at the turn of the last century include king lists that are nearly identical to the Egyptian records found in Luxor. Why would two different countries make up the same fantasy about the origins of their cultures? The obvious answer is they wouldn't. The reason for the academic dismissal of these older dates is very simple. Modern Homo sapiens reportedly first walked the earth some 30,000 years ago. The predecessor to Homo sapiens is called Cro-Magnon and is described by anthropologists as a small-brained, hairy proto-human who wore animal skins and survived by scraping the bones off of dead animals and picking wild fruit. If the Egyptian timeline on the temple inscription is correct, Cro-Magnon communities built the pyramids, developed a sophisticated system of geometry, invented a complex system of writing, and made accurate measurements of the size of the earth and charted the relationship between the planets and the sun. Carl Sagan, a great defender of academic orthodoxy, admitted there were books in the Library of Alexandria, Egypt, that traced human history back 100,000 years. 100,000 years. Those books were supposedly destroyed in a fire. This seemingly innocent statement by the late, great, legendary Dr. Sagan appears to be confirmation of the possibility that Orthodox history is a deliberate deception. If the books were all destroyed, where was Carl getting his information? The apparent problem with letting go of the hairy proto-human Cro-Magnon theory is that it completely undercuts the Darwinian theory of evolution. Zinger. The apparent problem with letting go of the hairy proto-human Cro-Magnon theory is that it completely undercuts the Darwinian theory of evolution. Without Darwin and the notion of survival of the fittest, there is no justification for elitism, imperialism, colonialization, proselytization, and the exploitation of resources in non-Western countries. It is not hard to imagine that the foundations that fund historical and scientific research might find the subversion of these ideas to be unworthy of funding. If it is true that Yoruba culture interacted with Egyptian culture, an examination of Egyptian history should help illuminate the Ifá creation myth. If it is also true that Western academia accounts of Egyptian history are politically and racially biased, the best alternative source is clearly the oral accounts of the Egyptians themselves. The pre-Islamic, the pre-Christian, and pre-Judaic religious traditions of Egypt still exist. The pre-Islamic, the pre-Christian, and pre-Judaic religious traditions of Egypt still exist. Indigenous Egyptian religion has survived in Egypt in much the same way that Yoruba religion survived in the diaspora by going underground. In the past 10 years, a small number of indigenous Egyptian religious elders have started to speak publicly about the oral legacy left by their ancestors. Among them is Abd el-Hakim Awiyan, who has assisted in the preparation of several books that provide a glimpse into traditional Egyptian oral history. In the Land of Osiris by Stephen S. Mihler, Hakim Awan makes it clear that dynastic Egypt was based on the culture of Kemet. And he says the culture of Kemet is of unmistakable African origin. The civilization of Kemet was made up of indigenous African families who were not superior outsiders. They did not come from Atlantis, and they did not arrive from another planet. Even though Zulu does mean that we're from Mars. The word Kemet means the black land. The use of the word Egypt was a Greek invention, coming from the Greek word Egyptos, that is a corruption of the Coptic Egyptian phrase Hitkapata, meaning the place of projection of the god Ptah. A corruption of the Coptic Egyptian phrase Hitkapata. Egyptos, meaning the place of projection of the god of Ptah. In the Egyptian creation myths, Ptah created the world. The Egyptian landscape was designed to create a symbolic map showing the geometric patterns, Odu, responsible for the creation of the visible universe. The Egyptian proverb that has become a cornerstone of Western esoteric thought says, as above, so below, creating structures in stone that mirror the structures of creation amplifies the power of creation, ensuring fertility, harmony, abundance, and peace, based on the belief that life works. Hakim Awiyan says the Sphinx is over 50,000 years old, and that the pyramids located near the Sphinx are considerably older. Islamic scholar Abu Zaid el-Baqi has located hieroglyphs in Egypt that say the pyramids of Giza were built at the time Lyri was in the constellation of Cancer, suggesting the structures are 73,000 years old. This perspective on Egyptian history means the pyramids of Giza was built during the era of Cro-Magnon culture, described by the Egyptians as the time of the gods or Netutters. The shift between Cro-Magnon and Homo sapien represents the most radical mutation in historical record. The shift is so extreme, it is scarcely mentioned by contemporary anthropologists because it threatens the fundamental notion of mutation as a response to environmental change. To make matters worse, for the defenders of Orthodox history, the Egyptians and the Sumerians both claim to have developed the ability to engineer genetic changes in biological life forms. If our Cro-Magnon ancestors deliberately created a new species we call Homo sapiens, it would not be unreasonable to discover that the new species deified those who were responsible for their creation. Many Christian theologians have difficulty accepting the idea of evolution. The acceptance of the Egyptian explanation for the development of the modern human life form would involve accepting the notion that genetic engineering was developed by heathens. The difficulty in accepting an idea does not necessarily make the idea false, but there does not seem to have been any effort made to confirm or negate the validity of ancient Egyptian texts discussing the process of genetic alteration. It is one of those ideas that is so threatening to the commonly held belief in the nature of things that it fails to register as an idea worthy of serious study. Hakim Aouyan is adamant the pyramids were not constructed for use as tombs. The pyramids were not constructed for use as tombs. Is adamant the pyramids were not constructed as use for tombs. They were built to accumulate, absorb, and transmit interdimensional forms of energy referred to in the Yoruba as Ashe. The pyramid at Giza is not a tomb. It's not a grain storage silo. It's not a stone monument with an encoded secret message. It is not a beacon for extraterrestrial spacecraft. It is a machine. The purpose of the machine was to absorb Ashe from the earth and Ashe from the sky, transforming it into a usable form essential to the stability and fertility of the culture. Christopher Dunn is a trained machinist with no formal training in the study of Egyptian culture. Early in his career, he read Petrie's book, Measurements and Tolerances Observed by Petrie, as part of the construction of the Giza pyramid. Dunn examined Petrie's data and decided the only reason for such small ranges of variation in the physical dimensions of the structure was because it was built as a machine with a specific function, and that function would in some way be inhibited by less strict attention to exact measurements. Dunn decided to back-engineer the structure based on the premise that any variable theory concerning the function of the pyramid would have to explain all the architectural features and anomalies. Following 20 years of study, Dunn published his conclusions in a book called The Giza Power Plant, Technologies of Ancient Egypt. In his summary, he makes the following statement. If my power plant theory was based on evidence from a singular exhibition or a few artifacts, critics and skeptics could rightly attribute that evidence as pure coincidence. However, I have amassed a plethora of facts and deductions based on sober considerations of the design of the Great Pyramid and nearly every artifact found within it that, when taken together, all support my premise that the Great Pyramid was a power plant and the King's Chamber is its power center, facilitated by the element that fuels our sun, hydrogen, and uniting the energy of the universe with that of the earth. The ancient Egyptians converted vibrational energy into microwave energy. For the power plant to function, the designers and operators had to induce vibrations in the Great Pyramid that was in tune with the harmonic resonant vibrations of the planet Earth. Once the pyramid was vibrating in tune with our Earth's pulse, it became a coupled oscillator and could sustain the transfer of energy from the Earth with little or no feedback whatsoever. The three smaller pyramids on the east side of the Great Pyramid may have been used to assist the Great Pyramid in achieving resonance. Much like today was use smaller gasoline engines to start large diesel engines. Much like today, when we use smaller gasoline engines to start larger diesel engines. If Dunn's theory is correct, it would appear the pyramids are a culmination of a much older technology, and there is evidence to suggest this is the case. To understand evidence requires some understanding of the ideas developed by Nikola Tesla. When Thomas Edison first invented the light bulb, the filament burned out quickly and the bulbs only lasted for a couple of minutes. Tesla suggested the use of alternating current, which was the breakthrough concept responsible for giving birth to the electronic age. Alternating current, which was the breakthrough concept responsible for giving birth to the electronic age. During the course of his research, Tesla observed phenomena associated with electricity that was not electromagnetic and seemed to function as a plasma or gas. Because there was no theoretical basis for this observation in physics, Tesla examined and extended ideas originally developed by Thomas Maxwell. Without going into technical explanation, Tesla called the unknown phenomena radiant energy, and believed the energy represented a transfer of power from dimensions outside the visible universe. He was able to design machines that separated radiant energy from electrical current. The same process described by Dunn as the basis for ancient Egyptian technology. The machines were able to access an interdimensional power source without having to mimic structures the size of the Pyramid of Giza. He was able to build transformers that accessed the radiant energy and use it as a power source with access to unlimited amounts of free energy. He used his inventions to design a detailed system of delivery of free utilities for the entire planet. Tesla's laboratory in New York was destroyed by arson at a time when he was thought to be inside the building. Fortunately, he was elsewhere, but the message was clear. Tesla continued his research into collusion, financed by Mark Twain. In very simple terms, Tesla theorized that electromagnetic energy coming from the sun carries the plasma he called radiant energy. This plasma is stored under the surface of the Earth, moving along magnetic grids influenced by polar magnetism and gravitational pull from celestial bodies. In ancient religious texts, a bird symbolizes radiant energy coming from the sun, and either a snake or a dragon symbolizes radiant energy absorbed by the Earth. Anyone who has spent time in the rainforest will know that lights looking like a camera flashbulb can be seen periodically lighting up the trees. These flashing lights are natural manifestations of an interdimensional transference of radiant energy and they are universally identified by inhabitants of the rainforest as spirit birds. Serpent power from the earth occasionally becomes visible in the form of ball lightning that periodically appears along fault lines following an earthquake. When serpent power becomes visible inside a cave, it looks like a long, undulating red snake. The ancients appear to have noticed a unique phenomenon when the radiant energy of the sun entered the mouth of the cave and commingled with the serpent energy of the earth. The places where this junction of natural forces occurred were identified as sacred sites. Igbodu. The phenomenon that occurs can best be described as manifestation of pure, unformed consciousness. Our ancient ancestors observed this phenomenon and made an amazing discovery. They noticed that anyone standing in the presence of unformed consciousness influenced the manifestation of the radiant energy, which amplifies any thoughts directed towards it. They also discovered this amplification could be projected onto the natural landscape by channeling toward underground tables. The bend in the river at Oshun's shrine in Oshogbo. At some point more than 100,000 years ago, our ancestors started building mounds in an effort to replicate this natural phenomenon. The development of these mounds occurred all over the planet and led to the understanding and accessing natural power sources that eventually manifested itself in the construction of the pyramid, Giza. Because of their age, very little was known about the people who have come to be called mound builders. What is known is deduced from the paintings and carvings they left on rocks and inside caves. The shamans, to develop this early sacred technology, are always depicted with shaved heads and carrying a serpentine staff crowned by a bird, exactly like the Oshun staff carried by initiates of Obatala. In some drawings, they appear to be wearing white robes. There is no way to tell where and when this priesthood originated, but it is clear from an archaeological record it was a global society affecting every continent on the planet. Mounds explored by the Smithsonian Institute along the Grand Canyon and near Cleveland yielded African artifacts just prior to World War II. To date, none of those artifacts have ever been put on display. None of them they even showing them motherfuckers, man. They don't even show them shallow dragons. They ain't even on display yet. To this day, mounds explored by the Smithsonian Institute along the Grand Canyon, man. And near Cleveland yielded African artifacts, man. This was way back even before the World War II, man. And to this day, brother, none of them artifacts have even been put on display, man. Nuts. It was the task of the early shamans of the bird and the serpent to ensure only those with good character and good intentions had access to the radiant energy manifesting as unformed consciousness. To this day, the Society of Obatala initiates are considered to be guardians of moral and ethical behavior. They enforce this mandate through the traditional Yoruba judicial process called Ologbon. In Ogboni meetings, the Obatala elders are the senior priest and priestess. The male Obatala initiates worship the radiant energy of the earth, serpents, which is considered feminine. And the female Obatala initiates worship the radiant energy of the sky, birds, which is considered masculine. Between them, the world is born. The Ogboni temples have the same floor plan as Egyptian temples. An outer open courtyard leading to a covered inner courtyard. courtyard, leading to a covered inner courtyard, leading to an inner sanctum. The inner sanctum is the place of manifestation of radiant energy and only accessible to initiates. In Egypt, the radiant energy of inner sanctum is directed from the pyramid at Giza to the various temples through underground waterways. If Yoruba culture has been influenced by Egyptian culture, there should be pyramids in Nigeria as part of the fundamental structure of Ifá spiritual technology. There is a pyramid-shaped mound in Iredo, surrounded by a wall 70 feet high and 100 miles long. Local tradition associates the earthworks with Bilkisu Sumbo, which is the Islamic name for the Queen of Sheba. Bilkisu Sumbo. The British archaeologists investigating the site refuse to believe it is associated with the Queen of Sheba because they do not understand the word Bilkisu Sumbo is a title and not the name of a person. Hakim Aruyan says the royal position of the pharaoh in ancient Egypt was granted by matrilineal selection, which means the priestesses of the royal court selected the heir to the Egyptian throne. The priestesses who were a part of the selection process worshipped the cow, and the cow is represented in Egyptian sculpture as resting its chin on the head of the pharaoh. And the cow is represented in Egyptian sculpture resting its chin on the head of the pharaoh, a symbol of making the head or initiation. The cow is sacred to Hathor, and Hathor is Egyptian equivalent to Iyami Osoranga. The voice of the women who have direct involvement in the selection of the kings of the Yoruba culture. Involvement in the selection of the kings in Yoruba culture. The temples, run by female devotees of Hathor, typically were surrounded by large circular fences, most notably the temple compound in Yemen, located due east of Ethiopia, which is also a temple of Bilkisu Sumbo. This means we have a Yoruba temple in Urdu of Egyptian design honoring an Ethiopian priestess. This anomaly will be discussed in a future installment of the article. Back to the point. Christopher Dunn has confirmed Hakim Aruyan's statement about the function of the pyramid from a technological point of view. Both Tesla and Maxwell have provided a theoretical explanation that supports Dunn's description. Hakim Aruyan obviously does not need any validation to carry forward the wisdom of his ancestors, but those who study culture and history might want to consider the validity of oral tradition as a way of understanding history, as opposed to the more popular method of trying to get history to conform to popular prejudice. According to Egyptian creation myth, the universe came into existence through the ejaculation of Ptah. Science calls this the Big Bang, the expulsion of all the potential energy and matter in the universe generated from a single source of infinite density. In Yoruba, this singularity is called Oyeji, meaning the eternal rock of creation, the stone from which everything is born. The reason stones are sacred in Yoruba culture, rocks are the eternal mother. If you take an ordinary rock and blow it up, all you have left is scattered debris. The reason we do not have scattered debris from the Big Bang is because the initial moment of existence resulted in the manifestation of a universe in which none of the present laws of physics were in evidence. That is because the temperature was so intense, none of the atomic structures that give form to the evolutionary process were able to stabilize. In the beginning of the universe was pure unconditioned radiant energy called Ashe. The universe existed in this state for a fraction of a second, then started to cool, or orituti. The cooling process created a medium for the containment of sound waves generated by the initial explosion. These sound waves are called oro in Yoruba, meaning word of power. Word of power. Eka in Egyptian. Sound creates invisible geometric patterns. That permeate time and space. Okay, now we have it. There we have it. Okay, all right, now how we have it. Here we have it now. There it is. Okay. Sound creates invisible geometric patterns that permeate time and space, commonly called string theory in physics. These patterns create invisible structures for increasingly complex manifestations of Ashe. These patterns create invisible structures for increasingly complex manifestations of spiritual power, eventually leading to the manifestation of physical matter. These structures are the foundation of consciousness and the basis for the Yoruba belief that everything in the universe has ori, consciousness. The primal geometric patterns were described by Plato based on his studies in Egypt. Later in history, these patterns became the basis for Islamic temple art. The sound from the primal moment of creation is still detectable on radio telescopes, and recently the Hubble telescope captured images of a band of light emanating from the moment of creation. The wave band from the explosion created in the Big Bang is perfectly resonant with the shafts in the pyramid at Giza, and has the effect of amplifying these sounds as they are directed towards the king's chamber and the queen's chamber. The pyramid is a magnet for the absorption of the sound of creation. Yes, our ancient African ancestors were that sophisticated, and we are only beginning to rediscover their ageless wisdom. As the universe cooled, subatomic particles developed as infinitesimally small reflections of the galactic geometric patterns created by the Big Bang. As the universe cooled, subatomic particles developed as infinitesimally small reflections of the galactic geometric patterns created by the Big Bang. These patterns are all spherical in form, with a variety of plus and minus electromagnetic polarities existing within the sphere. As the universe cools, these patterns replicate with increasing degrees of density. Ifá refers to this process as the descent of Ashe from Orun, the invisible realm, to Aye, the physical realm. The structure of these forms can be examined by studying Platonic geometry. But this is only half of the picture. Form is sustained by dynamics, meaning a system of energetic propulsion moving the form through the cycle of life, death, transformation, and rebirth. The infusion of form with dynamics is mapped in the markings of Odu. Which are two-dimensional symbols of a three-dimension energy exchange described in part 1 of this article. Odu patterns are a template representing the various ways unformed radiant energy, Ashe, moves between the visible and the invisible realms of being. Visualizing the geometric patterns created by sound, infused with radiant energy, created by constant motion implicit in the structure of Odu, generates a visual map of the essential nature of everything that exists in the physical universe. Visualizing the geometric patterns created by sound infused with radiant energy, created by constant motion implicit in the structure of Odu, generates a visual map of the essential nature of everything that exists in the physical universe. In Ifá, the component of sound is added to Odu through the use of ofo ashe, meaning the power of incantations. In Ifá, the understanding of these principles comes from Orunmila, who is known by the phrase named Elirin Ipin, meaning witness to creation. The discipline of Ifá is the ability to grasp and make use of the fundamental principles of manifestation. It is a sacred science. The shape of the Pyramid of Giza is the construction in stone of one of the basic geometric patterns manifested by sound. The shafts in the pyramid are the openings for the radiant energy described by Odu. If you understand these two principles, you have the ability to transform reality. The pyramid is a machine used to help form and shape the earth itself, ensuring stability and fertility by accumulating the fundamental energy source of creation and then consciously directing it, ritual, through underground water channels, wherever you want it to go. The entire Giza plateau is honeycombed with underground tunnels used to move water. These tunnels extend for hundreds of miles into the desert. Egyptologists pretend they don't exist. The pyramid is a terraforming machine built to enrich the planet in which we live on. The sacred technology used to operate this machine is still evident in Nigeria among the Yoruba initiates of Ifá. The Oroni are initiates living at the palace of the Oni king in Ile Ife, who saying daily prayers for the elevation of all Ifá and observers. The Oroni are initiates living at the palace of the Oni king in Ile Ife, who say daily prayers for elevation of all Ifá and Orisha observers. These prayers are spoken over underground water systems. The same technology has been preserved in European occult traditions, in the myths associated with the Holy Grail, and is the source of the folklore associated with wishing wells. This will be discussed in detail in future installments of this article. Ancient Africans, long before the creation of pyramids and long before written history, discovered the principle of capturing primal radiant energy in underground temples built with walls of alternating layers of organic and inorganic material. Organic dirt and inorganic rock material. These underground temples were placed on energy lines inherent in the structure of the earth itself and aligned with astral bodies to absorb radiant energy from both heaven and earth. The connection between these two forces of energy, heaven and earth, is symbolized throughout Africa as a staff in the form of a snake with the image of a bird at the apex of the snake. No. In Yoruba culture, yeepers. In Yoruba culture, the elders of Egbe Obatala who are the guardians of this ancient African wisdom that predates both Yoruba and Egyptian culture. In Yoruba culture, the elders of Egbe Obatala, who are the guardians of this ancient wisdom, ancient African wisdom that predates both Yoruba and Egyptian culture. The staff of Obatala survives in Western culture as the symbol of the caduceus, used to represent the medical profession. The staff of Obatala survives in Western culture as the symbol of the caduceus, used to represent the medical profession. Ifá teaches that every force in nature has an equal and an opposite reaction. Ifá teaches that every force in nature has an equal and opposite reaction. The closer modern science comes to rediscovering the mysteries of our ancient ancestors, the more insidious becomes the opposition to that discovery. On the day after Nikola Tesla died, all of his research was confiscated by the Department of Naval Intelligence and has not been seen since. This could be why Egyptology is smothered in such nonsensical rhetoric. People who built modern empires and eventually buy television networks do not support the idea of free energy. Remember the recent stock market scandals? They were all about creating obscene profits from public utilities. Ifá myth. Ifá myth. Ifá myth. Ifá myth. Like all sacred literature born of spirit. Is both a reflection of real history and a key towards understanding the inner dimensions of the human struggle to grasp the meaning of self and world. If we take another look at the Ifá creation myth and interpret the waters of the earth as the unformed consciousness of the human spirit, we are blessed with the revelation of a true Awo mystery. Just as the magical ritual of Obatala creates land on the planet, the ritual and discipline of Obatala worship creates land in the midst of the chaos in our unconscious self. It is a formula for what psychologists call self-actualization. Obatala created land called In the Ifá, meaning the house of love. In the endeavor we call historical research, that is known as a big clue. In the Ifá, the house of love. Hey, what up, nigga? Odu, and the Ifá concept of history. Part 4, the African perspective. By Awo Falokun Batumbi. An examination of history based on the oral traditions of Egyptian and the Yoruba culture represents a radically different view of the accomplishments of our ancient African ancestors than the information presented by the mass media, and is in stark contrast to the paradigm propagated by orthodox academic dogma. From the perspective of Ifá spiritual discipline, this conflict in historical perspectives can cause serious problems. Communication with the ancestors, Igun, is a fundamental component of the Ifá liturgical process. We run the risk of limiting our own good fortune by failing to appreciate the depths of wisdom available to us through serious dialogue with those who have come before us. If we do not believe the ancients were able to use stone structures to generate energy, we will never ask them to tell us how it is done. If we do not believe the ancients were able to create interdimensional portals, we will never know what it is on the other side of the veil. Our understanding of the past informs us about who we are and inspires our vision of who we can become. The official version of history would have us to believe that Africa was a primitive place isolated from the rest of humanity until it embraced Christianity, a place that remains unable to govern itself and unable to develop its natural resources. The lie has been told so often and so well that anyone proposing an alternative perspective is suspect. In part 3 of this series, the suggestion was made that Nikola Tesla may have rediscovered some of the lost technology developed by ancient Egyptian culture. Tesla claimed that many of his insights came as the result of dialogue with interdimensional beings. An interesting admission coming from one of the pioneers of the electronic age. Tesla was granted hundreds of patents, and they were all virtually based on first-time drawings of his original ideas. This means his inventions manifested in his own consciousness as fully developed concepts needing no correction or alteration. This means his inventions manifested in his own consciousness as fully developed concepts needing no corrections or alterations. Given Tesla's description of his own internal process, the question arises, was this skill the result of his personal genius? Or was it also, or more so, the result of the effectiveness of his communication with spirit? I suspect there was a large dose of both. According to Ifá ancestral wisdom, we become who we are by standing on the shoulders of those who come before us. We become who we are by standing on the shoulders of those who come before us. If our understanding of our ancestors is distorted, we cannot begin to know who we are, let alone build on our ancestral heritage. Ignorance is fertile ground for manipulation. A manipulated life fails to develop to its fullest potential. When I first started studying Ifá over 25 years ago, I was told that Ifá no longer existed in Africa. My first trip to Africa completely dispelled that lie, and subsequent trips have left me humbled and astonished by the amount of wisdom and understanding that is available from elders who are largely ignored outside of their own communities. If you believe Ifá is no longer practiced in Africa, or if you believe the Ifá practiced in the diaspora is somehow better than the wisdom that exists in its place of origin, your expectation will only confirm your short-sighted belief. If you assume something does not exist, you will never find it, even if you bump right into it. Even when you bump right into it. Ifá says those who cannot call the names of their ancestors going back 7 generations cannot seat their ori consciousness, their ori in the world. Ifá says those who cannot call the names of their ancestors going back 7 generations cannot seat their ori consciousness in the world. In an effort to understand where we have come from, it is necessary to look seriously at and understand the legacy of past generations. Taking a serious look means challenging the propaganda and misinformation that shaped the consciousness of those of us who were manipulated by a Western education. Our institutions of higher learning are set up to support industry. Industry in this country is dependent on the exploitation of global resources, and exploitation requires justification. The conflict between justification and illumination is a financial struggle, and those who are interested in reinforcing justification have the economic advantage. The Ifá creation myth indicates there was an extended period of peace and harmony on the earth, a time when a global priesthood venerated the spirit of light, commonly called sun worship, known by a wide range of names in virtually every early culture known to history, manifesting in Yoruba culture as Obatala. If the Egyptian and Sumerian records are accurate, this period in history lasted at least 70,000 years. If we consider the fact that most of the technology used in the contemporary world was developed in the past 100 years, the potential for developing unimaginable technology over a period of 70,000 years staggers the imagination. In the words of Arthur C. Clarke, any significant advanced technology is indistinguishable from magic. Western culture denigrates magic. As a result, anything in historical record that appears magically is immediately dismissed as untrue. Western culture denigrates magic, and as a result, anything in historical record that appears magically is immediately dismissed as untrue. The knee-jerk criteria becomes if we can't do it, then they can do it. The knee-jerk criteria becomes if we can't do it, they couldn't do it. As a result, perception becomes self-fulfilling prophecy. Self-fulfilling prophecy. This is a problem of oriconsciousness. The mind that creates a problem is not the mind that can fix the problem. If you can appreciate the possibility that the pyramid at Giza was a power plant, many of the pieces of the archaeological record start to fit together in a coherent pattern. One of the difficulties in seeing this pattern is the belief that history is linear. One of the difficulties in seeing this pattern is the belief that history is linear. The linear model is based on the belief that time moves forward, making culture and civilization progressively better. The notion of unconditional cultural progress is the result of the influence of Darwinian theories of survival of the fittest on the political theories used to justify the exploitation by those who have monopolized the development of superior weapons of mass destruction. One of the earliest manifestations of the effect on politics of Darwinian theory was Hitler's notion of a master race. German academics in the early years of the 20th century argued that the development of sophisticated weapons gave Germans the moral right to rule the world. Their excuse for invading Austria, Poland, and France was that each of these countries represented a threat to national security. Slight provocations were used as an excuse for military action. In retrospect, we now know that most of the provocations were engineered by the Germans themselves to create the illusion of a threat. The illusion of a threat. Before going to war, Hitler burned the Reichstag, German parliament, and blamed the fire on radicals, which at the time was a code word for people of Jewish ancestry. If the purpose of life were to dominate and control others, the Darwinian argument would be valid. If the purpose of life is to live in harmony with the environment and make the earth a better place, then the argument is insane. Ifá, as well as most indigenous spiritual traditions, teaches the idea that history moves in cycles of growth and decay. This is a fundamental concept necessary to any understanding of Odu. Ifá oral tradition teaches that every Odu emerges from its opposite. For example, useof becomes Meji. The single line represents light. The double lines represent darkness. All light fades into darkness, and all darkness emerges into light. A fundamental principle in nature. Be clear, darkness is not evil. Darkness is the absence of light. All matter starts to decay once it comes into existence. The process of decay is symbolized in Ifá as the movement between light and dark. Ifá also teaches the spiritual principle of rebirth, meaning all darkness becomes light. The linear view of history negates the possibility of rebirth as a force of nature. The linear view of history negates the possibility of rebirth as a force of nature. All matter starts to decay once it comes into existence. The process of decay is symbolized in Ifá as the movement between light and dark. Ifá also teaches the spiritual principle of rebirth, meaning all darkness becomes light. The linear view of history negates the possibility of rebirth as a force of nature. This perspective is not consistent with reality and can only be imposed on Ori consciousness through deliberate manipulation, which, as we said, is founded in ignorance, distortion, and control. Understanding the dynamics of transformation is an essential element in any effort to deflect the influence of manipulation, distortion, and control. The study of Odu is the study of the ways in which transformation occurs. For example, the following sequence represents one of the ways light moves towards the darkness. There are an infinite number of ways in which you can track the movement of useof to Meji, and back from Meji to useof. The point is that everything in existence is a constant state of flux. Is in a constant state of flux, moving in cyclical patterns from source to its opposite polarity and back to source. Nothing in nature is ambiguously progressive, including the development of culture. Most earth-centered spiritual traditions speak of at least 3 previous cycles of development: extinction and rebirth. In the Ifá creation myth, the earliest of these cycles is referred to as the time when Obatala ruled the world with a silver sword. During the period of Obatala's ascendancy as a primary organizing principle in culture, there were amazing developments in what can be described as earth-centered, environmentally friendly, energy-efficient forms of technology. If this technology was based on an objective understanding of the inner mysteries of nature, it should be possible to rediscover the same principles and put them to use for the benefit of life on Earth. An examination of the history of science indicates this is exactly what has occurred. The Orisha are not short humanoids with gray skin and large eyes. The reason the New Age movement has misidentified this aspect of ancient history is because it's based on a myopic view of the past that refuses to accept the possibility that ancient cultures were capable of saying what they meant. internet is overloaded with speculation on the meaning of UFOs, crop circles, and alien abductions. None of this is a mystery to our African elders. None of this is a mystery to our African elders. Illumination of these apparent mysteries will not come through wild speculation. It will inevitably come through humility. It will inevitably come through humility. Greek cosmology describes the domes as transmitters of two forms of radiant energy. One form flows from the center point in an expanding spiral pattern, the golden mean, symbolized in the Ifá creation myth by the snail shell. The other form flows in a straight line, connecting all of the power spots on the grid, symbolized in Ifá creation myth by Obatala's staff. The existence of two forms of energy explains why Obatala gets drunk. If only the male expansive energy connecting the power spots existed, the planet would overheat and become a small star. In symbolic language, the expansive energy would burn out of control and get drunk. The polarity between the male expansive energy and the female contractive energy allows the planet to cool in a way that provides an environment for the manifestation of human life. The lines are described in the Awo of Dambala. Two serpents hold together the universe. One holds the sky, the other holds the oceans of the earth. Here we have the polarity between sky or fire and earth or water. Two forms of energy sustaining creation. In Hermetic tradition, the domes are described as appearing at regular intervals in a set pattern. This does not mean that they all radiate the same quality of energy. The influence of celestial bodies on the planet creates an overlay on the grid pattern. For example, the Giza Plateau is located on a major ley line. The three pyramids at Giza are a reflection of the stars in the constellation Orion. The radiant energy emanating at Giza has male and female qualities, influenced by the effect of specific stars on the manifestation of that energy. In Ifá, the discipline of studying the cosmological influence of power, Ashe, on domes, Igbodu is called Gide, usually translated to mean astrology. The word itself reveals the true inner mystery. Igbodu is from the Elysian Igbo in Odu, meaning the womb of the forest. Gide is an Elysian of Gi and Dide, meaning female. Ashe, the power of fertility, stands up, or in the context of Igbodu, emerges through the invisible portal. In Africa, many of the sacred sites designated as Igbodu go through seasonal cycles of activation and dormancy. These seasonal cycles are a manifestation of celestial influence marked through the spiritual discipline of Gide, astrology. This means that Gide is not the astrology of personal fortune. It is the astrology of planetary energetic patterns of manifestation. In Odu Ifá, this mystery is described in terms of the time and place when specific Orisha arrived on the earth. The relationship between Eshu's shrine at Alakutu, Obatala's shrine at Ile Efe, Oshun Shrine at Oshogbo, and so on. It's not history so much as it is reference to an earth mystery identifying the quality of Ashe, energy, passing through the landscape from this power source. Most of Western science rejects the notions that planets have interrelated influence. There is one significant alternative view. The current model of the relationship between quantum physics, the structure of the atom, and astrophysics, the structure of the universe, is based on string theory. This theory is based on the idea that sound waves created by the Big Bang, the initial explosion of creation, resulted in the manifestation of invisible lines of energy connecting everything in the universe. These strings are sometimes referred to as wormholes. A true understanding of wormholes would give science the ability to travel to distant places in the universe at rates faster than the speed of light. The ancients referred to wormholes as stargates. References are there for those who have the vision to read them. String theory is a modern reinvention of the sacred science developed in Africa before being appropriated by the Greeks. Researchers in England who began studying ley lines in the 19th century noticed that the lines between the domes also marked the existence of underground waterways. This is not a coincidence. This is not a coincidence. The expansive energy emanating from the domes influences the movement of underground water just as it influences the migratory patterns of animals. Water also serves the purpose of amplifying the effect of interdimensional radiant energy that flows from the domes. In simple terms, the domes are interdimensional terraforming technology put in place by spirit and developed by those human elders who were able to see and understand the nature and function of that technology. The ancient priests and priestesses of Obatala understood this relationship, and it became a fundamental element in the creation of their worldview. Historically, there was a progression of development of their understanding. The domes, or power spots, Igbodu, historically, the domes, there was a progression of development in their understanding. Or power spots, Igbodu, were initially located and marked with a stone and or a dirt mound. The stone was placed in such a way that the sun hit a particular spot in the landscape when the dome was activated. An underground chamber was built to concentrate and release small amounts of radiant energy, white light, or Allah. The radiant energy would manifest as pure, unformed consciousness. This means the light can take on the quality of those shamans and priests who project their consciousness onto the light. The chamber operated like a cosmic mirror, symbolized by Oshun's mirror, amplifying the intentions of those who stood before it. This is the reason why the initiates of Obatala put so much emphasis on good character. Igbodu is exactly like a computer, garbage in, garbage out, or elevation of spirit in, elevation of spirit out. Oriku develops as a way of imprinting radiant energy with sound vibrations called Ofo Ashe in Yoruba that would sustain fertility, peace, elevation, enlightenment, and harmony. The light projected into the underground water and carried throughout the landscape takes the effect of these incantations for long distances, creating a land ruled by a silver sword. The sword, symbol of consciousness, of elevation. We know this because the process is still being used in In the Ifá. It's still being used in In the Ifá. To the extent that this is not done in the diaspora is the extent to which we still have things to learn from our elders in Africa. To the extent that this is not done in the diaspora is the extent to which we still have things to learn from our elders in Africa. To the extent that this process was disrupted in Africa by Christian missionaries is the extent to which the Christian denigration of African culture becomes self-fulfilling prophecy. As the priestly understanding of domes increased, the stone structures used to mark them became more elaborate and complex, often involving the placement of massive rocks transported long distances. The list of theories offered to explain the rock-moving techniques used by our ancient ancestors is extensive. The problem with most of the theories is that those who make them are unable to reproduce the results. They are unable to move stones of the size and weight used to build megalithic temples. There is one notable exception, and that is the castle built in Homestead, Florida by Edward Cali'sKALYPZO in the early years of the last century. In an article by Christopher Dunn in Atlantis Rising magazine, the accomplishments of the Latvian immigrant are compared to the building techniques of the ancient Egyptians. An immigrant of the United States, Cali'sKALYPZO, devised a means to single-handedly lift and maneuver blocks of coral weighing up to 30 tons each. In Homestead, Florida, using his closely guarded secret, he was able to quarry and construct an entire complex of megalithic blocks of coral in an arrangement that reflected his own unique character. On average, the weight of a single block used in the coral castle was greater than those used to build the Great Pyramid. He labored for 28 years to complete this work, which consisted of a total of 1,100 tons of rock. What was Cali'sKALYPZO's secret? Is it possible for a 5-foot-tall, 110 man to accomplish such a feat without knowing techniques that are uncommon to contemporary understanding of physics and mechanics? Cali'sKALYPZO was a student of the universe. Within his castle walls, built of coral blocks weighing approximately 15 tons each, he had a 22-ton obelisk, a 22-ton moon block, a 23-ton Jupiter block, a Saturn block, a 9-tib gate, a rocking chair that weighed 3 tons, and numerous puzzles. A huge 30-ton block, which he considered to be his major achievement, he crowned with the gavel-shaped rock. Cali'sKALYPZO claimed his technique involved understanding the magnetism in relationship to the flow of force fields, ley lines, along the surface of the earth, and the ability to use those force fields to eliminate the effect of gravity. Beyond that, he remained silent. The government made repeated efforts to learn his secret, and he refused to give any of the details. The castle is currently a museum open to the public, and the official history of his remarkable accomplishment says he moved the entire structure from Shangri-La, Florida to Homestead, Florida by using his secret to load the massive stones on a truck. No truck ever built can hold 30 tons of rock, making the accomplishment truly amazing and the official explanation less than adequate. B.J. Cathy, a prominent contemporary researcher in the phenomena associated with the Earth grid, offered an explanation to Cali'sKALYPZO's castle.
There exists an all-encompassing global grid with direct harmonic relationship to the speed of light, gravity, magnetics, and Earth mass. All major changes of the physical state are brought about by harmonic interactions of these manifestations. The controlled manipulation of these forces would make it possible to instantaneously move mass from one point to another in space-time. Measurements from Coral Castle yield harmonics related to light and gravity. The distance between Coral Castle and grid pole A dispel any doubt about the site being an ideal position to allow Cali'sKALYPZO to erect the huge blocks of coral with relative ease. Measurements indicate the harmonics necessary for the manipulation of anti-gravity.
If Kathy is correct in her analysis, Cali'sKALYPZO's methods would eliminate the need for a use of a truck, movement coupled with time displacement. Such a possibility is so far outside the normal range of contemporary human experience, it invokes easy skepticism. In an article titled Acoustic Levitation of Stones, Kathy describes the experience of a Swedish doctor named Jari, who traveled to Tibet in 1939 to treat an ailing Lama, Buddhist priest. During his visit, Jari was invited to witness the construction of a wall leading to the entrance of a cave located 250 meters above ground. Directly under the mouth of the cave, the doctor observed a semicircle of 19 drums arranged in a 90-degree arch around a large stone. When the stone was in position, the monk behind the small drum gave a signal to start the concert. The small drum had a very sharp sound and could be heard even with the other instruments making a terrible ding. All the monks were singing and chanting a prayer, slowly increasing the tempo of this unbelievable noise. During the first 4 minutes, nothing happened. Then as the speed of the drumming and the noise increased, the big stone started to rock and sway. And suddenly it took off in the air with an increasing speed and in the direction of the platform in front of the cave hole, 250 meters high. From time to time, a stone split and the monks moved the split stones away. Quite an unbelievable task. Dr. Jaro was sent to Tibet on behalf of the English Society. While in Tibet, he filmed the rock moving process. When he returned to England, the film was confiscated and has never been shown in public. To assert the notion that the power spots of antiquity were developed by a global culture of a single vision of interconnected spiritual and material relationships requires hard evidence to be credible. An archaeocryptographer, person who makes surveys of ancient structures and cities, named Carl Monk, has used satellite photographs and on-site measuring techniques to make the case for a unified network of sacred sites. Carl Monk believes that in order to understand the enigmatic structures built in antiquity, we must first understand the mathematical precisions of the earth. The basic elements of his system of analysis include counting the number of obvious features at a given site, locate the position of the site in relationship to the prime meridian, which he believes was originally located at the Giza Plateau. Then, correlate the position to other known monuments in the grid. For example, Monk analyzed the Kukulkan Pyramid at Chichén Itzá in the Yucatan Peninsula of Mexico in an article by Laura Lee. The pyramid shows us 9 terraces. This is the first number we use to assemble our formula for the decoding process. This is the first number we use to assemble our formula for the decoding process. The secret number is 365. Kukulkan has 4 staircases, 1 on each side of the monument. On each staircase are 91 steps. For the 4, that totals 365 steps, with the top platform of the pyramid being the 365th step, giving us our second number, 365. There are 4 sides and 4 staircases. We now have all the numbers shown by the architects, and put the decoding formula together. 9 terraces times 365 steps times 4 sides and 4 stairways equaling 52,560. 52,560 is also is also arrived by multiplying the numbers, the ancient grid coordinates for Kukulkan, 119 degrees times 42 minutes times 10.5162024 seconds. 52,560. In the process of surveying ancient sites, Monk discovered that the grid coordinates were carved into the stone monuments using an early form of writing called Ogam, looking similar to hash marks used to count the sets of 5, i.e. 4 vertical lines crossed by a single horizontal line. Monk has published a number of highly technical volumes of data recording the result of his global surveying effort. His work is further confirmation of a global culture based on veneration of the sun and the use of natural earth-centered technology for both scientific and spiritual elevation. Egyptian oral tradition suggests the large stone pillars and obelisk located across the planet were used for sending messages across the grid. The idea sounds unlikely if you're not familiar with the vibrating telephone, developed by Nathan B. Stubblefield in 1888 and installed as Kentucky's first public communication system. Stubblefield located ley lines throughout the rugged Kentucky landscape. He developed a system for accessing power from the grid and used that power to send messages back through the grid. Stubblefield located places where the ley lines, hermetic domes, and inserted iron rods wrapped with copper wire insulated with cotton. Using this simple method, he was able to draw electricity from the earth that he used to power transmitters and receivers he called ground telephones. The messages were sent to the earth without the aid of wires, and the sound quality was superior to the conventional phone systems used at the time. He used his understanding of the grid to create lamps that needed no bulbs and no electricity outlets other than a connection to his rods. Jerry Vasilatos describes Stubblefield's work in his book, Lost Science. Mr. Stubblefield experimented with the buried power receiver and a system of telephone sets. He found it possible to send vocal signals through the ground to a distant receiver, referring to this system as a ground telephone. Telephoning through the ground became routine for this remarkable man. Signals sent through the Stubblefield method were notable for the reported great clarity. What is strange about this system is this elegant simplicity. Stubblefield's transmitting system evidences our almost crude minimalism, which offends some researchers while surpassing others and surprising everyone. A few feet apart from each distantly placed set, speech between the two sets was loud and clear, despite distances of 3,500 to 6,000 feet. After making several unsuccessful attempts to get financial backing for his system, Stubblefield went into seclusion, developing his ideas and applying them to the rural area for which he lived. All of the components he used for his inventions were made from simple materials available to our ancient ancestors. In parts of rural Kentucky, he is still considered somewhat of a folk hero, where traces of his system remain intact. There is some speculation that the projection of sound by the ancients was enhanced by the use of crystals. Large circular crystals have been found throughout Egypt and are typically described as altar objects. It is interesting to note that Itasie, the sacred mound in In the Ifá, identified as the home of Orunmila, is an outcropping of silicone crystal chips directly above an elaborate system of underground water channels. It is the place where Egbe Ifa continues to say prayers and make Igbo. Egyptian oral history also suggests that sound generated by the size and shape of stones located on the grid were used for healing both physical and mental illness. Many of the ancient temples in Egypt have niches, the approximate size of a coffin. Archaeologists look at them and assume they were cut as burial slots. It is more likely that they were used as healing tables like the padded bed found in a contemporary doctor's office. Again, the idea of sound therapy would seem fanciful if it not for the research of Dr. R. Raymond Rife. In 1920, Dr. Rife invented the ultraviolet projection microscope. The invention was effective in capturing images of cell structure with far greater magnification than is currently possible with high-tech electron microscopes. In simple terms, the microscope used ultraviolet light projected through prisms in a way that lost none of the clarity and focus generated by other systems of high magnification. Dr. Rife was the first to capture images of the various viruses that are the cause of a wide range of illnesses. While watching these viruses under his projection microscope, he discovered the viruses were affected by sound and could be effectively dissolved through the use of sound waves. He did extensive research identifying specific waves, frequencies, and amplitudes needed to cure specific viral infections. His research was confiscated by the government and is currently unavailable. If his research were in fact an effective means of curing viral infections, the use of sound therapy would literally destroy the pharmaceutical drug industry. The use of sound therapy would literally destroy the pharmaceutical drug industry. The sale of prescription drugs represents 18% of the American gross natural product. This statistic begs the obvious question. Rife was not alone in his effort to find alternative healing methods that were prevalent in ancient times. If the ancient Egyptians used sound therapy at their temples, the use of sound would function in conjunction with the natural therapeutic effect of the energy flowing along the grid lines of the earth. Dr. William Reich discovered that he could generate the energy found along the ley lines by constructing a box using the alternating layers of organic and inorganic material, i.e., alternating layers of metal and wood. This simple idea generated what he called orgone energy, and Reich spent most of his career as a doctor studying the positive and negative effects of orgone energy on physical and mental health. He also discovered that if he projected orgone energy into the sky, it would affect the weather. The government confiscated Reich's research, and he died in jail awaiting trial. Ashe, we say. When Reich first started building his therapeutic boxes, he discovered that the temperature inside the box was higher than the temperature outside the box. According to current laws of physics, this would be impossible. He demonstrated the effect to Albert Einstein, who was stunned by the revelation and was unable to provide an explanation. The use of alternating layers of organic and inorganic material is the structure of the Ark of the Covenant. Alternating layers of wood and gold built to specific geometric proportions. The Ark was supposed to be used as a medium of communication with the Elohim. Biblical scholars tend to translate the word Elohim to mean God. The actual translation is gods, plural. The Ark was in fact an energy accumulator used to access interdimensional realms of being in the same way that hermetic domes along the power grid were used as interdimensional access points. Western historians would have us believe that there was only one Ark and that it was first created by Moses. In fact, the Ark was a common device used among the Egyptians, and a number of boxes identical in size and structure to the Ark of the Covenant were found in the tomb of King Tutankhamun. Tutankhamun. Wow. Tutankhamun. Six of these boxes were taken from Egypt to Europe by the Knights Templar in the 13th century and are believed to be buried under the Templar Chapel in Roslin, Scotland. The history of the Ark of the Covenant traces its movement from the temple in Jerusalem to an island in Ethiopia and eventually to a small church in Aksum, Ethiopia. The reason for this move will be discussed in a future installment. If the sacred technology of the ancient world was based on an in-depth understanding of nature, it should be possible to reproduce the accomplishments of our ancestors that are reported in the myths and legends of antiquity. A survey of visionaries who stepped outside the conventions of the Western world view suggests that the rediscovery of ancient metaphysics has generated a long list of effective alternatives to mainstream science and technology. This raises the question of why has so much time and effort been devoted to the suppression of these reoccurring discoveries? And what is the big secret that academia wants to keep hidden from the general public? The commonly held Western worldview is deeply rooted in what is generally referred to as the scientific method. It is based on the idea that objective scientific theory is only valid if it can accurately predict the consequences that result from the interaction between specific forces in nature. For example, if heat is applied to water, it generates steam, and the liquid is transformed into gas. Anyone who observes the application of heat to water will witness the same effect. The formulation of the scientific method produced the Industrial Revolution. That has transformed the consciousness of the entire planet. The formulation of the scientific method produced the Industrial Revolution that has transformed the consciousness of the entire planet. The method was unchallenged until scientists named Wigner suggested that the consciousness of the observer had an effect on the results of the scientific experiment. Notice that physicists who believed light was made up of particles created experiments that proved light was made up of particles, while physicists who believed light was made up of waves created experiments proving light was made up of waves. Stephen Hawking says the eventual goal of science is to provide a single theory that describes the whole universe. Such an endeavor is called unified field theory. As a step towards creating unified field theory, scientists became very interested in conducting experiments in a vacuum. The use of a vacuum was believed to eliminate the possible influence of invisible forces on a particular experiment. A vacuum is essentially an enclosed space in which all gas, including air, has been pumped out. Much to the dismay of Western science, it was discovered that vacuums generated an electromagnetic pulse. it was assumed that this energetic pulse was a residual effect of radiation from the sun. In an effort to eliminate this radiation from the vacuum, the enclosed space was drained of all heat until it reached the point of 0 degrees Celsius. The theory was that freezing the vacuum would dissipate the radiation. At 0 point temperatures, scientists still discovered the existence of electromagnetic pulses inside the vacuum. If the temperature countered the heat from the sun, then the electromagnetic energy had to come from somewhere, and the only possible source of radiation was an interdimensional transference of energy. Having the key to this interdimensional window creates access to an unlimited source of free energy. Having the key to this interdimensional window creates an access to an unlimited source of free energy. Pick up any textbook on electrical engineering. Just go ahead. Just find any one of them. Just the first one you see. Pick up any textbook on electrical engineering. Just pick up any textbook on electrical engineering, all right? And the textbooks, all these textbooks all the textbooks have tables showing the wave patterns of electrical currents at different temperatures. You understand me? Pick up any book. Pick up any textbook on electrical engineering, right? Pick up any textbook on electrical engineering, all right? I'm gonna say that to you concisely, right up to your anus, right there. I'm gonna, you know what I mean? You feel me? Any textbook on electrical engineering. The textbooks all have tables showing the wave patterns of electrical currents at different temperatures. When you get to the place on the chart marked 0 degrees, there's an asterisk which directs the reader to a footnote. The footnote says,
the data related to 0 point electromagnetic radiation is classified by the United States government for reasons of national security, you understand?
No joke. Right there at the asterisk where it refers you to the footnote. And the footnote actually has this one little disclaimer, my nigga. It says that you probably don't want to worry about even really worrying about what it is that you is worrying about. What is so dangerous about understanding the fundamental laws of physics? What is so dangerous about understanding a fundamental law of physics? The electromagnetic impulse generated by 0 point vacuums is pre-atomic in structure. In other words, it is made up of fundamental units of energy that come together to form matter. In other words, it is made up of fundamental units of energy that come together to form matter. These pre-atomic units are called gravitons, and they are responsible for the effect of gravity in the universe. Gravitons move from the 4th dimension to the 3rd dimension as a result of planetary and stellar spin. Scientists first discovered this phenomenon during the Apollo mission to the moon. Using Newtonian physics, NASA engineers calculated that the Apollo craft would leave the pull of the Earth's gravity at a distance of 221,586 miles from the Earth and be pulled toward the moon by the moon's gravitational field. This calculation was important for creating the slingshot effect used to gauge when the craft needed to fire its buster rockets. You understand? Physics. You understand? Astrophysics even. The actual point at which the moon started to pull the craft was a distance of 202,827 miles. 202,827 miles. Miles? The 19,000 mile discrepancy was the result of gravitons generated by the spin of the moon. By the spin of the moon moving between dimensional realities. After this discovery was made, many of the top executives at NASA, including Wernher von Braun, resigned and went into private industry. Very strange. When he was about 23 years old, Einstein claimed to have solved the mystery of unified field theory. If he did, it means he understood the relationship between interdimensional reality and gravity, you understand? You understand? I mean, that he made the connection, he made the bridge between reality and gravity, you understand? Interdimensional reality, that is. If he did, it means he understood the relationship between interdimensional reality and gravity. Shortly after making the announcement concerning his discovery, Einstein claimed his theory was inaccurate and withdrew the data relating to his theory. The top scientists in physics, as well as the top scientists in NASA, know the ancient mystery of African sacred technology, and they are determined to keep it a secret. How do we know? They know. The data collected by Russian scientists marks the flow of electromagnetic pulses along the ley lines based on technical readings using sophisticated equipment. Based on their research, the strongest dome center in the United States is located in Washington, D.C. The original streets of the city are laid out in a way that mirrors the flow of Earth energy from the center point of the dome. The original streets of the city are laid out in a way that mirrors the flow of the Earth energy, from the center point of the dome. Exactly at the center point of the dome, the founding fathers built Washington's monument in the shape of an obelisk. For those who are interested, here is the secret that is being suppressed. Time is energetic. Time carries the fundamental building blocks of creation. The fundamental building blocks of creation emerge from gravity. It is possible to access gravity through the use of spherical spin. Understanding the structure and dynamics of time opens the portals to unlimited sources of energy and allows for the displacement of time. This is the awo, or mystery, that enabled our ancient ancestors to build the pyramids. Cut a stone in a stone in the shape of a ball. Cut a stone in the shape of a ball. Cut a stone in the shape of a ball. Cut a stone in the shape of a ball. Attach magnets to the ball at the equator. Yes, you gotta go to the equator before you even attach the magnets. You gotta be on the equator when you attach the magnets to the ball. Don't wait. Don't attach the magnets to the ball before you get to the equator. You wanna be on the, just in case. You had the magnets though, cause if you forget the magnets, you gonna have to leave the ball at the equator and then you gonna have to go back because the ball is heavy. It's a big ass stone, right? So you're gonna put the magnets on there. Once you get to the equator, if you ain't already on the equator, you know what I'm saying? Okay? Now, if you forget your magnets back at the house, then that means you're gonna have to go all the way back to the house just to get the magnets, and you're gonna have to carry that ball with you, you know what I'm talking about? Unless you leave the ball there, right? Go back, get your magnets, then by the time you come back, then somebody gonna grab your ball from you. So make sure you got your magnets, But don't put them and attach them to the fucking stone that's shaped like a ball until you get to the equator, all right? Okay, cut a stone in the shape of a ball. Attach magnets to the ball at the equator. Spin the ball, okay? All right? At high speeds, the spin generates a mesmer field, okay? Mesmer field, you understand me? Which in Western scientific language means anti-gravitational, all right? You're going to begin to levitate, okay? Now, you want to have a fly female with you, and she's got to be dressed to where, okay, now she got to have a short skirt on. I'm fucking with you. All right, I'm fucking with you. But you are gonna have to test this technology though. Which in Western scientific language means anti-gravitational. Anything you place above the ball will have no weight. See, that's what I'm telling you. Tell her to stand on top of the ball. But first you gotta make sure, you know what I mean? Whatever material, you know what I mean, her summer dress made out of, you know what I mean? Is nice and free. It's nice and, you know, complimentary or whatnot. Anything you place above the ball will have no weight. All right. Now, you move huge stones simply by moving this ball. All right. Now, how do you move the ball? Well, the ball is not as large as these big ass stones. Okay. Now, how you gonna get the stone on top of the ball? Well, see, that's why I don't know. Shit, I don't even know how you're supposed to do that. Couple this with an astute understanding of the effect of sound on gravity. Couple this with an astute understanding of the effect of sound on gravity, and you have all the tools you need to build Coral Castle or the Pyramid of Giza. The museum at Coral Castle has a circular stone slab with magnets attached to it, attached to the outer perimeter. This was Cali'sKALYPZO's secret. The secret, he said, was a rediscovery of the methods used by ancient architects to build megalithic stone temples. Gravitons come into being in the third dimension in bundles of 4. 2 strong units, expansive or male, and 2 weak units, contractive or female. This is the fundamental structure of one leg of the Ifá oracle. In part 1 of this series, I suggested that Odu was 0-point energy. The marks of Odu represent all the possible manifestations of 0-point energy moving from the 4th dimension into the 3rd dimension. Odu is a map of the way in which pre-atomic particles form physical reality. Odu is a map of the way in which pre-atomic particles form physical reality. Is this a coincidence? I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think so. The denigration of African spiritual technology clearly has a racist component. It also has a political component related to the fear of African spiritual technology by those political houses that want to maintain their control of global resources by denying humanity access to a true understanding of the mystery of nature. How far does this conspiracy go? The Montauk Indians in Long Island, New York claim they migrated to the United States from Africa long before the arrival of Columbus. The Montauk Indians in Long Island, New York claim they migrated to the United States from Africa long before the arrival of Columbus. Their traditional homeland is near a lake at the end of Long Island that is an access point to one of the major underground waterways on the East Coast. The common ancestral name of the Montauk elders is Pharaoh. They built their homes along the Long Island coast. They built their homes along the Long Island coast with rock in the shapes of pyramids. Just before the American Revolution War, An American scientist lived with the Montauk Indians for 6 months so he could study their language and oral history. He compiled a complete dictionary of the Montauk language and took extensive field notes. When he returned to his home in Virginia, he claimed to have lost the dictionary and all of his notes. Oh, how you do that? And all of his notes. The man's name was Thomas Jefferson. The man's name was Thomas Jefferson. Prior to World War I, the U.S. Park Service dismantled all pyramids built by the Montauk Nation on the Long Island shoreline. The United States government has never given the Montauk Nation Native American status. They continue to fight for this right to this day. Their traditional homeland is currently being used by the military as a research center for non-conventional weapons, i.e. weapons based on the theories of Nikola Tesla, and for the development of technology used for mind control. Can anyone imagine what impact there would have been on the American economy if it were known that the Africans who were forced to come to the United States had access to a sacred technology that was superior to the technology of the oppressing culture? Can anyone imagine? There is a reason why the early laws related to slavery made it a capital offense to practice traditional African religion. I firmly believe the reason was rooted in a fear among the Euro-American elite regarding the inherent power of Odu. The inherent power of Odu. Forgive and forget. Forgive and forget. Completely incorrectly. Release and accept.